we let this play out again? Sure, let's go. Oh, wait. I may have cut that off early. Just wanted to get going. Alright, back in we go. I'm assuming the microphone and everything works. I got a message saying that it switched to the microphone. Obviously I can't check shit because herder on PS4, but alas. The controller itself appears to be working, so that's a good start. Where were we? I think we finished off the, whatchamacallit last time and then called it a stream. And we got some stuff that I didn't talk about. We got, for example, the first chalice from the Bloodstone Feast. We got the Pathumaru chalice. Ritual chalice found in the Church of the Good Chalice. Makes sense. Used in a ritual at the tomb altar in the Hunter's Dream to break the seal of the old underground labyrinth. Let the chalice reveal the tomb of the gods. Let blood be the hunter's nourishment, and let ye partake in communion. We'll try. We also found beast blood pellets, but I didn't comment on those because we were engaged with a werewolf at the time. Beast blood pellets. Large medicinal pellets, supposedly formed of coagulated beast blood. Banned by the Healing Church due to their unclear origin. Grants a spurt of beasthood. Ripping apart the flesh of one's enemies and being rained upon by their splattering blood invigorates one's sense of beasthood, feeding strength and a feuric feeling alike. Basically those are kind of like berserk pebbles. You pop one of those and then you go into a mode where you can fuck ass even harder, but also get fucked a little bit harder. We also have Bone Marrow Ash, which I forgot to comment on. Let's have a look at this. Bone Marrow Ash, additional medium that strengthens Quicksilver bullets. According to the workshop, this is a special Bone Marrow Ash collected from Hemwick Charnel Lane. I wonder if we'll ever get there. Invaluable to hunters with weak blood tinge who require the use of stronger firearms. That line is a bit odd, because I think the people most enjoying Bone Marrow Ash are people with very high blood tinge that want to push their damage numbers into craziness. Basically, you apply one of these and your next weapon shot, does it apply to the cannon? I think it does. Anyway, your next ranged attack does big man damage, twice as much I think, maybe 2.5 times, I don't remember. But yeah, basically if you're using this, you're probably using it with some big-ass burst damage, or like high base damage anyway, rather than low blood tinge. So, not sure what that's about. Maybe that was originally intended to be used differently. Anything else that we haven't commented on yet? Did we ever read the description of this? I don't think so. Very fine. Alright, Shard Hunter Garb, one of the staple articles of Hunter attire fashioned at the workshop. A product of the Scourge of the Beast that once plagued old Ornament, culminated in the town's fiery cleansing. The cape's dampness makes it highly resistant to fire. Wearers of this attire hunted down victims of the Scourge, who survived the raging flames and stench of singed blood. Designed to be highly resistant to fire, wearers of this attire... Oh yeah, well... Cool. Let's actually go back to our default look. Can't go wrong with the default look. At least not for now. Very fancy. I have a slight bit of a stuffy nose today, and I'm not doing terribly well overall, but I wanted to keep going. I wanted to play more.
The Healing Church and the blood ministers who belong to it were once guardians of the hunters in the times of the hunter Ludwig. They worked and forged weapons in their unique workshop. Today, Most ministers don't recall the hunters, but they have much to offer you. And so, heed the message of your forebears. Ascend to Odin Chapel.
We'll try.
Ascend from there. You will find the church workshop.
Right, so I think the one thing that happens when you're done with Old Yarnum is that one of the... oh hey, she was tending to the grave here. Nice. Hello, doll. Yes, you're lovely. Your fun little interactions are also lovely. But yeah, I think the only progression thing that occurs once you are done with Old Yarnum is that in the Cathedral Ward, the door that was closed on the right side actually opens, and we can go through there now if memory serves. And that's what we're gonna do next. Oh, nose, please. Low command attempts some nasal spray. Let's hope that works. Ugh. Yes, there it is. The door is open. Very fine. Does that also mean, actually, that another bit has progressed over here? I think it might not have progressed just yet. Alright, so that stuff happens when we open the gate. That's alright. So we ascend to Odin Chapel by using an elevator, and as always with Soulsborne elevators you want to be aware of possible jumping off points, and I think there's one in this direction. There it is. Coming out onto a little side roof area. Nice little look in the upcoming plaza as well. That is the plaza, isn't it, where we are about to fuck around in. Go along this way. And we come back in if memory serves. And in this chest we find our first rune. The Formless Odin Rune. Let's have a look at this. One of the Odin runes, higher Quicksilver bullet maximum, so this increases our Quicksilver bullet capacity by 4, which is a thing. Probably not going to be terribly useful for us, but hey, it's nice to have. A secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. This name will come up a lot. The Great One, Odin, lacking form, exists only in voice, and is symbolized by this rune. Those who memorize it enjoy a larger supply of Quicksilver bullets. Human or no, the oozing blood is a medium of the highest grade, and the essence of the formless Great One, Odin. But, or not but, both Odin and his inadvertent worshippers surreptitiously seek the precious blood. Seems like most maids seek blood in this one. I feel like I'm gonna struggle even harder than normal with the old reading. And we have the Messenger Urn Festival, so this is another one of these hats that we can give to the messengers, and this one gives them these little urns as their hats, and they look adorable with them. We'll try that later if I remember. But for now, let's use this elevator properly and go all the way back up. This place can be a bit cheeky at times. Something to pass by before he hits me. Some more Quicksilver bullets. Oh yeah, look, no wait, that's bandages, never mind. I was gonna say, hey look, this guy has the urns equipped, but nope, that's just red bandages. Have a chest here. With a new rune as well, Communion. A secret symbol of Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. Several runes relate to blood, including Communion, which raises the number of blood vials one can carry. This rune represents the healing church and its ministers. Blood ministration is, of course, the pursuit of Communion. So you might notice that this one, for example, looks much more colorful and like easily discernible against the background, whereas this one is very faint and hard to tell apart. This is because runes come in 3 levels, and the higher the level, the stronger the rune, and the icon is more sharp to indicate this. Some runes in the game only come at 1 or in 1 version, so there are some exceptions to this, and there is actually a rune that is technically, I think, in the game files, but no one ever found it, which was a thing that people did for a long time, where they, or it was mentioned in the guidebook or something. But yeah, there was apparently a rune that was supposed to be in the game, according to other sources, and people were like, alright, we're gonna delve into the Chalice dungeons and find that shit eventually, but they never did. So that rune doesn't actually exist, which is a shame. So you have a Wandering Nightmare, which is gonna... I missed, so he's gonna escape. That's alright. I'll not worry about him. I'll relog once we want to go down there, because we're going to start by going up. Up is the better direction. So I keep referring to my first playthrough whenever I'm playing this, because I think your first playthrough always sticks in your memory as like the most interesting time you have with the game. And in this case, in my first playthrough, I kind of didn't notice this door. I'm not sure I even ever went into this tower on my first time through. This is entirely optional. It is, however, quite useful to get here. One of the most popular weapons in the game exists in this tower, or you get from doing this tower stuff. And I just completely missed it, I don't know why. Including the entire area that is connected to this tower that we can't get in just yet. Ow. Ow. Not doing terribly well. I'm sure that's just warming up though. Speaking of, I'm terribly cold. I'm gonna go get some slippers. Blood-tinged Gemstone. I'm not gonna stop and inspect every gemstone we find, especially the ones that are lying around in the world. Some of them are okay, but early on we're not gonna find terribly many of those, and beware of long-range fight. Alright, these are just player messages, I forgot. We are online again. Luring this guy down here if I can. That's wing went right through you, how dare you. And the reason we cut him down is because there's a mate over here. I do like these weird grandpas. They're pretty nasty if they catch you off guard, or if they attack you while you're fighting something else, but just the visual of them just going just completely apeshit always cracks me up. I probably chose the slowest attack in the game to transition into there, which was not ideal, but hey, we survived. Yeah, it's so comical. Well, down you go. This happens a lot. And down you go. I think you're actually falling off the building, aren't you? I wait, blood echoes to appear. They're not appearing. Did he actually survive? The old fuck. Can turn around while jump attacking, or drop attacking in those. Interesting. Plunging attack, I should say. Yeah, I guess old man just didn't give us any blood echoes. That's alright. Probably not many anyway. Let's go to the right. Or around on the right side this time. It's kind of convenient to clear out these platforms properly. And this is the front. Alright, cool. The corpse looked interesting. I've never inspected it. Oh, on we go. One more loop-to-loop, and then we're in the top floor. What are you warning us of? Note, I guess. Don't be fooled. The sky and the cosmos are one. The choir. I'm sure that's gonna be relevant at some point. Then we have a room for us to enter later. Let's first go around all the way. I think there's an item here. Yeah, there we go. Take cold blood, sure. Yeah, during the running the fuck away on some sort of mount sections. Ow. Damn it. Thought I could circle around him enough. At least I coincidentally avoided this man. And his friend, that guy. And here we have something useful if memory serves. Probably the quote-unquote treasure of this area is the Radiant Sword Hunter badge. I think we got the Sword Hunter badge earlier. It is right here. We got that from the Cleric Beast if memory serves, and now we have the Radiant version. One of the badges crafted by the Healing Church. The Radiant sword indicates the heirs to the will of Ludwig. These hunters, also known as Holy Blades, are what remains of an ancient line of heroes that date back to a very early age of honor and chivalry. This allows us to buy more shit in the shop as always, and some of this shit is actually really good. It has, for example, a new weapon that many people favor a lot in this game. And I think this is just locked with nothing else for us to do here. How could we not do this? It's presented with a room full of bases. Or whatever. What is actually the difference between an urn and a vase? Maybe it's purpose, maybe... I don't know. Not even really worth speculating from my ass. So I'm gonna do a dumb thing here. I'm gonna relog right here instead of down by the Wandering Nightmare. I wanna see if the grandpa that didn't give us blood echoes when he fell actually died or not. Because if he didn't die, then relogging will reset him up onto this ledge and we can find out that he has magical anti-fall damage capabilities, or he ignores kill zones or whatever. I'd find that quite funny, so I wanna know. And thus we're logging right here. Means it's gonna be slightly more annoying to get the Wandering Nightmare downstairs, but we'll make do, I think. At least I hope so. Those messages. Wow, that blocks a lot of the stream. There's a someone went online message, and it's actually tiny on the PlayStation, but I guess the thingy in the top left is just some default big man screen blocky thing. Yep, he is. No, he died. Huh. Alright. Interesting. Just didn't give any blood echoes. Or at least I didn't notice any. Maybe I'm just dumb. Down we go. Yeah, that'd be a hell of a wheelchair if it keeps you alive from a drop like that. Especially through fucking scripted kill planes and shit. Not much preventing that, usually. There we go. Twin Bloodstone Shards. These are basically the level 2 upgrade material. Makes a lot of sense, but we can start getting some of that now. Those are a little bit more rare than the level 1 things, so at this point we might want to commit to a weapon or two eventually, but it's not gonna be that big of a deal for now. I can even avoid upgrading shit for a while. So here we have one of these good old climbing sections. So it's, hey, just go all the fucking way back down. There is a secret here that has no immediately obvious path to get to. Normally you would probably just go down here and then take it step by step, go towards all the items. There is, however, a door right there, like, pretty much right to the right of my character model, and you can jump towards it. There is this set of ropes here that people usually use as a guideline, and I will heal up because you take a lot of fall damage, and I'll just roll for it, and we're probably gonna die here a bunch. I think I reverse jinxed it successfully. First try, bitches. I always find it funny when I sit here and hype up one of these, oh my god, people die all the time, jump and run in this game is so ass, sort of moments in a Souls game, and then I just usually do it in 1 or 2 tries. It's not because I'm particularly good at it, but because, like, by announcing that it's gonna happen, it won't actually happen. But if you look at other people play this, or at, like, the general community consensus, you'll find that people are not very happy with a lot of these parkour sections, because they do eat you very, very often. Anyway, here's the Abandoned Old Workshop, which is a very interesting place. Super lore heavy. When I first found this, my mind was slightly expanded past my cranium. And yeah, there's some stuff happening here. Not much, but a little bit. So first of all, we have a tiny chest over here, where the Bath Messenger is in our dream. And it has the doll clothing, which looks absolutely fancy. We'll of course put this on for a change. Now we look absolutely fabulous. The stats on this are obviously pretty bad. It does have a quirk or two though. Let's quickly read the description, because there's some lore in here if memory serves. It discarded the doll's head, likely a spare for dress-up. A deep love for the doll can be surmised by the fine craftsmanship of this article, and the care with which it was kept. It borderlines on mania, and exudes a slight warmth. Discarded doll clothing, discarded doll gloves, and discarded doll skirt. Alright. You're welcome to Lorg, and welcome in general. Hi, Astra. And to Tyvum. So, yeah, definitely interesting because of the whole fine craftsmanship thing and the massive amount of care. Borderline on mania, slight warmth. All of this slightly creepy, just as we look right the fuck now, so let's get our actual clothes back on. I really can't speak today. I hope I'll unfuck myself over the stream. Otherwise it's gonna be a pain in the ass. Next we have this grave, which the door was tending to in the dream. And if we inspect it, we find an old hunter bone. We shall have a look at this. Actually it goes here, doesn't it? Yeah. The bone of an old hunter whose name is lost. It is said that he was an apprentice to old Gehrman and a practitioner of the art of quickening, a technique particular to the first hunters. It is most appropriate that hunters, carriers of the torch who are sustained by the dream, would tease an old art from his remains. So this thing is one of these pseudo-magic items. You need 15 arcane to use it. It takes 4 quicksilver bullets whenever you do, and it gives you a buff that lasts a terribly short amount of time, but gives you basically an improved dodge roll, or like the improved dash as well. Like you briefly disappear and do some fancy bullshit. I think it increases your iframes or makes it faster or something on a technical level. I don't actually quite know. I just know that whenever I tried it on like 1 or 2 various arcane builds, it really didn't do that much. Like, you'd have to use a lot of quicksilver bullets to keep buffing with that, and most of the fights are, if not all of them actually, are designed around you not having this active, so it doesn't provide you that much of a benefit. Like, you don't need this active, and keeping it active is a pain, so it's a cool technique, fun little thing, but not incredibly useful. So it's more about the lore, that some old moron, apprentice to Gehrman, was buried here. Yeah, it looks great. It's a cool effect, definitely. We will see it in action as well. Here we have a doll lying around. Where is the button? Don't want to press the wrong one again and accidentally pause the recording. This time we can get a close-up of her because of the monocle, and we can definitely see the finger twitching every now and then, like right there. I'll give it another loop so I can do it again in a sec. There it was again. So here is the not animate doll. Maybe she's only animate in the dream. Interesting that whoever the fuck was working here apparently either made her or at least made the clothing and was like obsessing over it. It's a bit weird. Anyway, we have this, which is a third umbilical cord. There have been great debates whether this is a third of an umbilical cord or if it is a third umbilical cord as like a creature that has like 3 total. Anyway, you can have a look at this. A great relic, also known as the Cord of the Eye. Every infant great one has this precursor to the umbilical cord. Every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with a pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Used to gain insight and, so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. Not gonna start rambling. Oops, I hope I'm not fucking with the audio too much when I'm bumping into the cable all the time. I'm not gonna go too much into like lore discussions. Even towards the run, I'll probably not have pieced my stuff together mentally enough to do that live and on stream, so that's probably not gonna happen. But it is interesting to keep note of these items and what they might or might not entail. Then here we have a small hair ornament. More reading. Is that a key item? It is. A small, very ordinary hair ornament. Although it has been lost for quite some time, one can still see signs of care with which this tasteful ornament was once kept. Its color would stand out most brilliantly against a head of greyish hair. You know, kind of like this doll over here. Weird that. Anyway, let's light this lantern. So yeah, this is basically the prototype for the Hunter's Dream. Likely who or whatever caused the Hunter's Dream to come into existence just copied this. And we know that the Hunter's Dream is like the old workshop sort of place for hunters, where the first like set of hunter tools and shit was made. And this definitely had some relevance in the past, but apparently it has long been abandoned and people moved on to other things. There is a fun little thing about this area. I think this is the closest we're gonna get. So, There is what is likely a bug or a development leftover thing that is happening here. If I shut up for a little bit and you guys turn up the audio if available, you might hear someone like giggling in the background. I'm gonna shut up for a sec. So I don't think this has any sort of actual meaning, if it was even audible. It is basically like one of the, I don't remember which one it actually was, like, technically, but it's just one of the generic sort of giggle sort of voice lines from the Yarnamites. It probably doesn't mean anything, and in my opinion, most likely it's just something that remained from the development process that they didn't clean up properly. It does, however, especially in the very eerie and kind of surreal context of this proto-Hunter's Dream, make it, like, it's very odd, it's kind of spooky. I remember walking through that for the first time, and then you hear the giggling, and it's like, huh, what the fuck? Who's having a laugh? What's going on here? And it kind of adds to the atmosphere a little bit. The whole weirdness. It's just one of those Bloodborne things that you can think about, ponder, come up with your little pet theories. So here's the next guy that has appeared in our path, and he sells. Wait, first of all, we can buy Bone Marrow Ash, that's pretty good. Shining Coins. We can buy Bloodstone Shards, which is nice. Is that from there? I don't remember. Anyway, the most important thing that we now have available is Ludwig's Holy Blade, which is this beautiful weapon. It is basically a one-handed sword that transforms into a big old two-handed sword. It scales beautifully with strength and dexterity once you upgrade it thoroughly, and if you slap an elemental gem on it, it actually scales pretty well with arcane. So it's just been generally like for I want big weapon, go boom. It is one of the most popular and also really good weapons to use. A trick weapon typically used by healing church hunters. It is said that the silver sword was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. When transformed, it combines with its sheath to form a greatsword. The healing church workshop began with Ludwig, and departed from old Gehrman's techniques to provide hunters with the means to hunt more terrifying beasts, and perhaps things still worse. Get a little bit of timeline information there. I will eventually, once maybe I'll even do a little farming session off stream. I kind of want to buy at least some of these weapons to show them off, because I really like how they look and how they made the transformation animations function with all the attack animations, like especially the transformation attacks themselves, like how they flow with the rest of your movement. All of that is pretty neat, so I would like to show these weapons off at some point, but we're still fairly early on in the game, so we're not exactly swimming in blood echoes. Gehrman is not present. Let's see if he's out here, having himself a little nap. He is not. But since we have the hair ornament, we can chat to the doll again and get some new dialogue.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire?
Let's first see if there's any new general talk.
Over time, countless hunters have visited this dream. The graves here stand in their memory. It all seems so long ago now. Over time,
Alright, let's hand over the small hair ornament.
What? What is this? I can't remember. Not a thing, only I feel a yearning, something I never felt before. What's happening to me? Tell me, Hunter, could this be joy?
We did actually get a little animation of her wiping her eye there, which is quite neat. And we got a tear stone from her. Let's have a look at this. I think that is here, isn't it? Yeah. A silver shining tear stone, used to change into a droplet gem that fortifies any weapon. The doll sheds neither blood nor tears, and thus its nature remains unknown. So this is something, whatever this might be.
Welcome. What is...
Any new talk?
Over time.
Nope.
Farewell. May you...
Alright, and what we do with it is smash. Now we got the tear blood gem. This one we can socket into our weapons, and it is okay if memory serves. A blood gem that fortifies weapons and adds various properties, droplet blood gems, blah blah blah. Created from a shining silver dull tier, this blood gem is a quiet but unfaltering friend that continually restores HP, the life essence of a hunter. Perhaps the doll's creator had wished for just such a friend, albeit in vain. So this one gives you 2 points of HP recovery, which is effectively nothing. Like, unless you're gonna be like, okay, I'm just gonna AFK here for half an hour, you probably won't really notice the HP recovery. Like, as you can see, we have 793 HP right now, and we get like 2 HP every 3 or so seconds. Like, it ticks really slow in my experience. It kinda doesn't do that much, but the benefit is that it is, as the description would incline, even though I haven't actually read that part out loud, it is a droplet gem that can fit into any slot. Like, you can put this into any weapon slot. And for most characters that aren't using Blood Tinge, you can just put this into your gun if you want, and then you don't really lose out on anything. Like, it's not like you need your gun to be particularly strong if you're just using it as a parrying tool, and instead you just enjoy the slight bit of health regeneration, even if it's incredibly minor. Speaking of that, we might just do that actually. Let's upgrade the pistol. +1 will do for now. There we go, blood gem fortification, pistol. Oh yeah, so these 2 blood gems, the one we just picked up in the tower as well, this increases blood attack by 12%, or 12.6% to be precise, which is neat. On the gun it doesn't really do that much, as you can see, it's only like 10 or so more damage, but the gun doesn't do that much damage anyway, so eh. But if you had a weapon that did blood attack for some reason or another, this could actually be pretty decent. Like 12% is a good number. Before we had those 0.7 or whatever, or 1.1% gems, this one, 12% blood, is pretty neat. But as I said, we're just gonna do this and slap the tier blood gem into our pistol, so now we passively regen HP, and we have this little icon at the top left to remind us of that. It's always important to pay attention whenever you do shit like that, because an icon might appear on your interface, and then years later you'll be like, what the fuck, why is this icon here? Also, this is the Unseen headstone. We haven't been using that one, we've been using the Yarnum headstone on there. And the Abandoned Old Workshop is apparently in the Unseen category, which is interesting, because, once again, this is the Yarnum headstone and everything else so far has been in here. I think we're done in the dream. Anything I'm forgetting about? Probably not. The unfortunate thing is that from the Abandoned Workshop, you can't really easily get down to the bottom of the tower. So instead we'll have to get back to this bonfire and then try again, basically. Have to quickly run over back to the tower and then start jumping down the beams and platforms. Hopefully not die. Been doing so well so far. That being said, there's a lot of stuff coming up where it's very easy to just croak it, so I will probably die soon anyway. A wise man would have probably sent the elevator back down before leaving, but alas. There we go. Let's be wise this time. More bullets. Yes, yes, yes. And then these 2 shooty guys. And the man to lure out. And after that we can probably just jump down the tower immediately. There's a little seam below the bridge there. Can you see that? Huh. Interesting. Well, we both missed. That's fine with me. Better than if only I had missed. Don't shoot me, please. Thank you. That almost pushed me off. Let's actually look at the stats and see. Yeah, that's effectively every 3 seconds we recover 2 HP. That is abysmally slow, but hey, it's free HP, so may as well. Alright, so now for the time where we fall to our diet inevitably. There's a few interesting things about how the physics work for jumping off of ledges and walking off of ledges and shit. Like, it's not very clean at times. If you slow walk, the environment will push you flatways a little bit. Like, if I slow walk this way, it's probably going to push me to the left. Yeah, there we go. So you kind of have to course correct for that, or move quickly, because if you move with speed, it doesn't happen as much. But moving quickly in this place is obviously very risky to begin with. We get the Messenger top hat, which is another fancy little hat for our Messenger burrows. But I think that's it for this room, isn't it? Let's have a look from this side. By design, you mean like visually, or from the like the moveset, or I see. Yeah, I think that's the by design. Like, as the description implied, it was meant to hunt bigger and nastier things, whereas the initial set of trick weapons, anything developed by Garman and his ilk, was basically about being like sneaky and quick and blending in with the environment and shit, whereas the Church Hunters kind of reveled in the we are big badass kill mates lol. At least that's how I always interpreted it. Let's top off health, because it's always nice to be topped off. There's a little tiny beam that we can jump down onto, I think on this side. Like so. And then we can go over here. And miss. God damn it. I didn't think I need to roll that. Oh well. I land on the fucking tiny beam, but I didn't really dare sprinting there because it's very easy to slip off, and then I just didn't make enough distance and died. Fook. Oh boy, time to become famous. Little did you know, bot, that I'm playing on PS4, so I can just move over without even tapping out or anything. I can just ban you immediately. Fuck the hell off. Not buying ass today. I'd say we can just be cheeky, run through here and fight this guy and his mates. I think we're getting away with that this time out. May as well just drop down from this side. Alright, let's try this again. What am I doing again? I think this side first. Yeah, that pushed me to the left a lot. That almost made me miss the beam. It's the sort of thing that I was talking about earlier. This way. Should be fairly free. Hey, there's our blood. Nice. Is there a better way? Yeah, so that's where the abandoned old workshop is, and as you can see from there, there's not really much to jump to or interact with, I don't think. There's maybe a bit of a ledge to the left. Maybe I'm talking shit, who knows. I think you can completely skip this small beam that we just jumped on and instead go over this way. Let's try that. There we go. That's the platform I tried to get to, but I slipped by on the left side, just barely. Okay, so down there is a new enemy type that we haven't encountered yet. I forgot what it's called. It has a weird name. Like, I instinctively want to say like Loran Silver Beast or some shit. It's basically like a werewolf that likes throwing fireballs if you give it space and time. Now. Yo, can you stop at some point? Never mind. I know I'm asking a lot. Ow. Those are some fancy backpedaling moves you have there, mate. That looks like a grab. There we go. Stuck in the corner, it dies, and we get the Beast Rune. Let's have a look at this. A secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. All of them have been secret symbols so far. A transcription of the roar of a labyrinth beast. The bearer of the Beast Rune has accentuated temporary transformation effects. Beast is one of the early Carol runes, as well as one of the first to be deemed forbidden. The discovery of blood entailed the discovery of undesirable beasts. So, pretty directly stating here that doing the whole blood thing and turning into beast might be linked together. I think these streets are basically down where the demo mode takes place as well, like where the camera pans through here and up into the rest of the neighborhood. Very, very heavily cluttered area.
A night of curses. A night to remember. Wouldn't you say, friend?
Definitely a night to remember, but not sure if I'd be so happy about it. Yeah, the beast claws are kind of weird. I also didn't really get along with them that well. Beast mode itself, though, is really, really powerful, even if you don't, like, center your beast around it, so it's always something to fuck around with at some point. I think my cleaver is only +1, isn't it? Or not even cleaver, spear. That's +0, never mind. Let's not use it then. I'm just gonna do this and this. Yeah, I didn't want to deal with the dog and these mates because it's fairly easy to just take poke damage from both of them at the same time and die. Blood Vial. Fair enough. Ah, here's the mate. Okay, let's try not to die to this guy, that'd be ideal. Oh yeah, right. Oh fuck, wrong button. These guys are called Snatchers, and if you look at them, you might even be able to imagine why pretty rapidly. Oh, that was a parry. Oh, got there. Very tall, lanky men with big old bags that they're carrying around, and they do exactly what you'd think from a guy that's called a Snatcher. Fuck. Had to guess pretty hard there on the parry timing. Oh. No, I messed it up. Never mind, I got it. So I fucked up there. I forgot that they buff. If you let them buff, then they they do that little pose thing and go, and then they're angry. When they're buffed, they are much quicker to select their attacks, and I think they stagger less, but I'm not entirely sure about that one. But yeah, they're pretty spooky once they're buffed, and they're not that bad if you don't let them buff. So I should have been more aggressive in my initial attack. Just basically shouldn't have given him that much room. I'm not a rat. Fuck off. Of course I trade on that last moment so I don't get to really match people. There isn't too much in these here streets, so should be through it pretty quickly. Slap, and ow, 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 ow. Slap. And we got sweaty clothes and the rumpled Yarnum hat. Let's have a quick look at those as well. Well worn and damp with sweat. Well worn and losing its shape. I think these actually don't look awful. In general, I like the fashion in Bloodborne a lot. Right. You plague-ridden rat. You are not wanted here. Alright, this is where we continue, and this is where we possibly die. If memory serves, there's a mate down here who's kind of annoying. Yes, here he is. Let's heal up so we don't get one-shot. I'm always kind of scared of things that have the potential to one-shot us. Is it worth buffing? Probably not. What you doing there, Mr. Slurp? Looking a bit weird there, Mr. Slurp. Fuck. I was hoping to backstab him. Yeah, we do not want to get hit by that projectile. Or that grab. Are you kidding me? Holy, your fucking throwing is miserable, El Kubulo. You need to work on that. Alright, so this is a brain sucker. Let's give it the old oogle. Look at this nasty piece of work. Goddamn. So yeah, if he hits you with that projectile, you get stunned, basically, and then he grabs you with that grab that we thankfully avoided the first time, and he will start nibbling on you and deal a lot of damage, which is not fun. You also get a fire blood gemstone, which I'll talk about in a sec, if I remember. Hey, accidental gesture. The interesting thing is that they do actually try to suck your brain, so you do lose insight if they manage to grab you and drink from you. I don't remember how much you lose, but it's not a good thing, generally speaking. Unless you want to get rid of your insight, but why would you want to do that? The gem that we just got is the first elemental gem that I think we found. Elemental gems go into the... which slot is it? Like for the Soul Spirit, for example, the one on the far right there would be the elemental slot, and if we slot the fire gem in there, then it would, like the description says, it fire attack up 8.4%, but it also turns all of our attack into fire, so we suddenly do elemental damage, and we also will start scaling with Arcane instead of the normal attributes that would normally be applied to the weapon. So that's where you can start fucking around with your Arcane Scaling. Arcane is a bit weird in this game. Most attributes have a like soft scaling point where they stop giving you that much value for every point you put into, and then eventually like a hard stop where it gives you basically nothing whenever you put a point into. And normally, like, I'm not entirely sure if this is also for like Bloodborne, like where the numbers actually are, but let's say the soft cap would be like 30 and then the hard cap is like 50 to 60 and anything else is kind of a waste. Arcane is sort of weird in that it never stops scaling, so if you actually wanted to make an Arcane build, you could feasibly put all 99 points into Arcane, or like crank Arcane all the way up to 99. Whereas if you're doing a Strength build, putting 99 into Strength basically gives you very, very, very little over putting like 50 to 60 into Strength. So Arcane is a bit of an odd one in this particular game. And now we're in Cathedral Ward. We're on the other side of one of these gates that we were looking at earlier. And if I don't die to these first couple mates here, I can even demonstrate. Because we will open this gate, so now we don't have to take this detour again. And right here is where we found the wooden shield. Yeah, he has damage. I think he just spawns so close to the bonfire that he hurts himself every time, poor guy. Alright, so if we go all the way down here, we would return right back to Odin Chapel where we started. So we have fully opened this passage now. Yeah, the Snatcher is already there. Where is... whatever. We'll think about that later. Healing, nice. So, like most of these Souls games, there are certain enemies that I'm basically only ever used to parrying, and fighting them normally doesn't feel very comfortable for me. And these guys, for example, are definitely enemies that this description fits. Like, I don't I feel uncomfortable if I have to fight them normally, but like parrying them feels so easy because their wind-ups are very similar with their few attacks that they have to select, that I just always fight them that way. Here we have another Snatcher. Alright, so let's keep the pressure up this time and see if we can prevent him from buffing. Take backstab. Much easier. So the thing about these Snatchers is that they often, or I think always actually, drop upgrade materials, and they can, if memory serves, even drop the level 2 upgrade materials. So if you wanted to, since he's right around the corner from a bonfire, or a lamp in this game, we can literally just go to this lamp, reset, and fight him, get some upgrade materials, reset, fight, and so on and so forth, and farm our basic bitch upgrade materials that way, which is quite nice. I've never done that myself, because I usually pick 1 or 2 weapons and stick with them for the run, but it is always convenient to have like farmable materials like that early on. This ladder up here lets us onto the roofs. We have a corpse over here. Is there a guy guarding this? I don't think so. No, but it pays to be careful in these games. We have a Numbing Mist, which is a thrown item. Throw to create a mist cloud that numbs a hunter's life essence and prevents restoration of HP. Said to be used by the blood hunters of Canehurst, its recipe is a secret closely guarded by the line of nobles inhabiting the castle. Looks very interesting, kind of like a snow globe in there, like almost as though it's got some sort of weird structure in there. But yeah, so you throw these kind of like the Lloyd's Hunter's Charms in Dark Souls. You throw this at someone and they can't heal for a while. You get a debuff that prevents you from restoring HP, which is cool. There is a reason you get this here though, because there is a fight coming up where we can use this, even if they are not a PvP fight, but an actual boss, because this boss will heal itself if we let it, and with that we can prevent the healing from happening, which is nice. Outside of that, it's your normal PvP item, throw it at a mate so they can't heal. I think that's it for these roofs. Do we quickly return to the dream? Fuck it, let's just continue. In an ideal world, we clear this entire area in one go without dying. That'd be kinda neat, because then we can wander around freely and not have to worry about enemies attacking us. If you do this in chunks, then you have to first of all re-clear some of these areas, and also like you don't get the whole experience in one go without being like, oh shit, there's a guy here. Here we have one of these cloaked mates with a scythe for a change. He's gonna wander up there, which is unfortunate. I'd like to alert like 1, maybe 2 of these people. Yeah, you are alerted. Come on. We're already up to 13 insight. We're doing well. That was too early. Never mind, it was not too early. I like that he's just up there waiting his turn. You may arrive now. I was a bit slow on that one. Still got it though. Parrying in this game is fairly generous, in my opinion. Much more generous than in the Souls games, even though it's not too bad there either, usually. But like, I find this game is kind of designed around you often parrying, and I mean, they basically dedicate the entire second slot to carrying. But anyway, there's some blood vials here, 6 of them. That's quite a lot for one body. We can maybe get the backstab on this mate. Barely. And off you go. I always like that. Just tossing him down the cliff. Let's not aggro the church mate and instead try to backstab the other one on the other ledge as well. Oh, I think we aggroed the church mate. There was a lot of steps. I think he was turning around. The giant, I should say. Yeah, he's definitely looking for something. That is no longer the normal patrol movement, I reckon. Well, if you're willing to wait down there, that's alright with me, because then I can stab your mate. I keep bumping the microphone, I'm sorry, I hope it's not too loud or bad. Just a tip. Alright, so with these guys out of the way, do we risk the plunging attack? Is that even a question? Of course we do. That could have gone very wrong. I'm glad it didn't. Kinda got stuck on that corner, we got lucky there. Neat. And we're full on blood vials. Nice, the exploration can continue. So full of blood vials even. Like, look at all this blood having quote-unquote dripped down from the ledge where we fisted the mates. Very fancy effect. I'm not sure it's actually meant to represent blood dripping down. I feel like it's just trying to fit onto a flat texture, but instead it got stretched downwards, which makes it look like that. I might be wrong though, I'm just giving the game not enough credit. But it feels like one of those stretchy texture thingies for me when I look at that. Anyway, let's continue downstairs, because upstairs is progress. We don't want to progress just yet. I think there's a dog or something on the right side. There is. It's pretty interesting because I probably sound like I know what I'm talking about when I say, oh, I think there's a dog on the right side, and look, there it is. I'm not trying to be like coy about it, it's just I don't precisely remember everything about this. Just I got into an area and my brain tells me you usually do this, or I feel like I should head this direction, or there is danger around this corner or something. So like I was going for the lever and then my brain was like, isn't there something? And then the dog? Yeah, oh yeah, there it is, there's the dog. So I'm not trying to be like, oh yeah, I don't actually know what I'm doing. It's just, it comes and goes basically as I progress through the game. Yeah, it can look hilarious at times. That one, like I said, looked very like real and intended because of the way it stretches across the ground, but like you could imagine like a lot of blood dripping down there that way and it looking normal as a result, but in some places it looks very, very goofy when it happens. Thankfully it doesn't happen that often though. Right, do we explore this first or do we go onto the plaza? I don't remember where this even leads. Isn't this just the drop down from there? There is a ladder. This does link up to that other place, doesn't it? So we probably don't want to be here. We have a message here, though. A watchman of Bergenworth guards the gate with a password. The sacred adage, I think, of the Grand Cathedral. I know the adage. Or adage, or whatever. But my character doesn't, so we'll have to find out manually. Yeah, let's not go that way yet, just yet. Let's quickly explore this plaza. There should be 2 or maybe 3 of these giants wandering around, but there's a bunch of loot and shit, so we like. Madman's knowledge, always fun. A lot of Madman's knowledge. His bone was sticking out there, but I didn't manage to do enough damage to that spot in particular. Yeah, same. Darn. I would have thought that would have triggered it. We almost got the crumple. Oh well. Hello. I prefer fighting these without lock-on. Like, whenever you have to stay close to something this tall while also circling it to avoid its attacks, the camera just kind of gets in the way with the way it spins as you're dodging past the enemy, so I tend to prefer not locking on. I think our swings are barely too high to hit the actual weak point. Oh. The blood vial got back. Yes, that's how you phrase that in English, I promise. Those are also the kinds of enemies where when I get slapped, I'd rather retreat, heal back to full, and then try again instead of continuing and trying to rally my HP back. They can hit very hard, and some of their attacks are a bit of a flurry, so it's pretty dangerous to commit, in my opinion. Get some thick cold blood down there. Through the wall, or through the fence, I guess. That does make more sense, doesn't it? I think there's a guy here. Yep. Oh, trolls. I remember it's some sort of bullshit being there alongside the man. He throws bullets. You have more cold blood. That's a lot of loot on this plaza. I didn't remember that. What does the note say? Have audience with bird. I refuse. Fuck these birds. Wait, mate, while you're here. Mate, please. Mate, please. Mate, come back. Mate. Thank you. I said come, don't just stand there. I thought I was still there. That like poking attack he just did there is always kind of awkward because it has a very slow wind up, but then the actual attack is very fast. It's a very anime sort of time to do it. Yeah, I was gonna comment on the stroller as well. Like, look at this, isn't this lovely to just have hanging out here in the middle of this night of the hunt? Just grab your baby and leave, I guess. Maybe that's the best you can do. Alright, so this is the gate where we needed the key, the emblem, or whatever the fuck it's called. And we still don't have that, but if we flip this lever, we can just completely ignore dying that. I think this is a progression trigger as well. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm 90% certain that this triggers the progression for one of the quest lines that we are trying to manage. From here we have two options for where we want to go. We can either go this way or that way, and I think we'll go this way first because I think this is a dead end if I brain this correctly. We're gonna run into another brain sucker. This one I remember because it was my first. You always remember your first. I think he's hanging out there. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if I finished explaining that. So these brain suckers have ridiculously high physical defense. If you're fighting them with regular physical attacks, you will hit them for basically fuck all. But any element does a shit ton of damage to them, which is why the Molotov did like 250 or whatever, and my swipes against them earlier did basically nothing. You're trying to be as cheeky as humanly possible there, mate. That was close, that last one. Yeah, so one Molotov will finish him off, but if we actually tried to fight him with our axe, it would take like 20 swings or something, and I'm not even overstating it. Then we have Bird. Let us be Bird Removal Service. Twin Bloodstone Shards, very nice. We could drop down here, but we don't want to. I'd rather just go for the dead end, because I think this is a really good gem. Nope. There's a really good gem coming up, though. Oh, we also meet another friend here. I forgot about this little area. Nice. Wait, where's the mate? Does he only arrive once we know the adage? Interesting. I think one of these Gemstone here is really good for early games. Like, probably the best one you find early on. The stretch here is a bit longer than I remembered. Anyway, here's the gate, and we can't access yet.
The password. No, like that, no. Get the door, Amos. Get the door. No.
I think that was a rare dialogue. I think he usually does the password and then that's it thing.
The password.
Yeah, I think that's what normally is supposed to happen, but we got the rare dialogue, that's nice. Caught on camera. Anyway, that's where you put that adage that the note was talking about. Like, you respond with the adage of the church, and then he's like, alright, I open gate. So until we have that, we can't pass. Well, monologue, I guess. Line, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Knob. Alright, let's go to this place, which is probably where we die. There's at least one fairly nasty fight here, if memory serves, so I'll have to be careful. We get poison knives, though. I remember liking poison knives, but I don't remember where I would use them. Let's have a look at the description. A knife slathered in poison. This curved knife is as thin and sharp as a surgeon's blade, often used for self-defense by special doctors in the healing church. They say that hunters traditionally avoid the use of poison, likely because the poison is too slow to act in the heat of battle. Or in the heat of the hunt, I should say. May have made that last part up. I remember using poison against something, but brain doesn't tell me where. Huh. Anyway, so this alley is a bit of a pain, because there's plenty of mates in ambush, if memory serves. We also have 2 instances of dialogue with 2 choices to make very quickly, which is interesting. I hope I make the correct ones. I'll be trying to be good to people. Oh, fuck. Stop right. Whoa, that didn't reach you. God damn. Was quite the backpedal you did there. Yeah, there's the big man. These are kinda nasty with that whatever the fuck weapon that's supposed to be. Okay, I'm way too far to take advantage of that. Like, they flail like crazy, and I think it likes to stun block you, if memory serves. Like, I remember being very afraid of these guys with their little rake thingies in the hand. There's a man on the left as well, yeah. Always is. Weak silver bullets. Hey, we get the church set. The church set looks nice. There is actually a place where wearing the church set gives you additional dialogue options, which is neat. It's gonna be a while before that comes up, but it is nice. Alright, so we have 2 doors. Actually, we have... Is that also a window? I don't know. We have 3 places to have dialogue. Let's start with this one.
Oh my, what a queer scent. But I'd take it over the stench of blood and beasts any day. What is it then? I'm off during hunts, so if that's what you're here for, I'll leave you to your own devices. If that doesn't do it, come back in the morning, darling.
Yeah, but that's not why we're actually here. We didn't even know about this before.
Oh, thank goodness. You're a hunter, right? Might you know of a safe place?
Might.
The night is long, and I've very little of the incense left. Please, there must be some nice place to run off to.
I like that her first dialogue line is very like, oh yeah, gotta wait till the morning, darling, and then if we knock again and confirm that we're not just there for that shit, she's like, oh, thank fuck, someone's hopeful. We tell her of Odin Chapel because we want to be nice to her. Not to imply that there's anything wrong with Yosefka, she seems like a lovely lady, but we'll tell her of Odin Chapel instead.
Oh, thank you, darling. Maybe I'll see you there.
You will, most likely. Alright, off she goes. Now this guy, there's a guy here behind this window. He's a bit of a prick.
You're not from around here, are you? Well, an outsider who's come to join the hunt? What a pathetic idea. You what? What, you think I'm a beast? Well, maybe I think you're a beast. And step away from my castle.
Castle, you say?
Oh, enough of you. What, you think this is funny? Well, I certainly don't, so be gone with you. I'll have nothing to do with your beast stunts.
I insist.
Well, what's this 2-bit nonsense you're peddling? I heard you told that wench about some shelter. Well, she's a damn fool to trust an outsider.
Shelter?
Why? Well, her sort's probably just fixing to feed some of your coin.
I love the way he says shelter. It's just so fucking British.
Alright. What crafty lies does the outsider have today? You think I'm an easy mark? Yeah? Well, give me your best shot.
So this one's a bit cheeky. We can tell him of either of these places, and he will sort of oblige. He picks whatever option is the opposite of the one you tell him. So if we tell him of Yosefka's clinic, he goes to Odin Chapel, and if we tell him of the chapel, he goes to the clinic. Or we could just withhold information. I'm gonna try to keep everyone alive, so we're gonna tell him of Yosefka's clinic. He will be like, haha, I outsmart you, and I'll go to the chapel instead. Little does he know that we pull the longer strings over here.
Yeah, sorry. Too sharp for that bollocks. I know a superstition when I hear one. Outsiders. Even their lies are predictable.
Oh yeah, a clinic with someone helping people? That sounds like superstitious nonsense. I'll stay right the fuck here, he says, and then fucks off anyway to the nearest chapel. But yeah, that's certainly one of those guys that may as well have died, but alas, I'll be saving them because I like having their dialogue lines over the course of the game. It's also true. I don't plan on doing that if memory serves. I will probably have nothing to do with them. There's another interesting bit here if memory serves, let's see.
We've the deepest gratitude for the church and all they do for us. The deepest, widest gratitude, yes. Yes.
You're being weird, lady. I thought she only says that if you're wearing church outfits. Is that another window? Let's just stick with this for now, actually. Oh, is it this door, maybe? I seem to remember that in one of these doors, if you knock while you're just wearing regular clothes, they're kind of a dick to you, and then if you wear coming equipped with church stuff, they're like, oh yeah, we love the church, all you're doing for us, blah blah, and that sort of shit. Might be misremembering, we'll see.
Praise you. Praise the old damn church. And best of luck hunting. Best luck of all.
Nope, they already have their default dialogue. Oh, I might be misremembering then. Alright, so that guy's a bit of a knob because we can't really fight him. We could shoot him 18 times with our gun and then have no more bullets for the rest of our lives, but I think this should take care of you. We'll do it then. Because yeah, that guy's a bit of a prick and we have to fight 3 mates at once here if we go to the stairs, so that can be a bit of a pain to deal with. I think there's also another one of these tall mates with the weird weapon that I don't like fighting. So taking him out seems like a good idea.
You can't hide for long.
You can't hide for long, he says, dying. I don't think I hit that. Well, I mean, worked out-ish. Oh yeah, I think we actually picked up a weapon that I didn't comment on when we did last session. Wait, don't you find the, shouldn't I have found the thing in Old Yarnum? Manbango? Isn't there the, you know, the not Gunlands thing? Shouldn't I have found that? Did I miss that? I thought you find it there. I may have to go back and check. Because I could have sworn you find the weapon and, I mean the badge we didn't get because of reasons, but I could have sworn you pick up the weapon itself. Huh. Oh well, I'm sure it's nothing of importance. I'll just probably grab it off stream or something. Oh, we can take a quick look in a second. No, I think you're talking about the mate that uses it, not the weapon itself. I think I was supposed to pick it up in Old Yarnum and I fucked it. I'm gonna have a look in a bit. Let's first continue on to the nearest lamp, so we don't have to redo this shit. Because we have now successfully cleared out the entire area of the plaza, and the cathedral ward, and the upper cathedral ward. Well, not quite the upper bit, but like the chapel bit at least. All the way up to roughly where the nearest boss would be. We're not gonna fight this boss just now. We have other things planned. But I like having cleared this in one go, because then you can just look around shit. We're pretty thorough if memory serves. I don't think I missed any item. I keep saying if memory serves. It's probably gonna drive some of you insane, but my brain apparently wants this to be the sentence of the day. Or the phrase of the day. There aren't just that many good ways of saying like, oh yeah, if I remember correctly without it getting boring. Ow, that hit me at more range than I expected. not flinch. I don't think I got the backstab. Oh, nice. Barely hit him in the ankles, I'd say. These guys are kind of annoying with their not quite crosses, with their Bloodborne rune symbol thingies. When they hit you, they inflict you with a status effect that starts to build up. It is called Frenzy, and it is not fun. Thankfully, we didn't get slapped enough to actually trigger it. Right, in there is where the next boss will be. We're not dealing with that right now. We're going... well, we have two options actually where we're going. Let's go to the right. It's kind of a dead end. I like dead ends. There's still plenty to do before the next boss, I think. And I usually like doing everything before that boss, because I don't know, I like to keep things tidy that way, I guess. This is the plaza that Fandango was talking about. There's a man down here with the weapon that I'm pretty sure we should have picked up, but I missed. And he's a royal pain in the ass. He also has a mate with a different weapon, which is really cool, which we will pick up later, but yeah. So that's one of them. You can see the sparkly bit there. And his mate is around the corner to the left, if memory serves. There it is again. Need to unbrain this phrase. Bzzzt. Let's lure you upstairs so we don't accidentally trigger your mate as well and fight 1v2. Fighting a single NPC is already a pain in Bloodborne, so let's not overdo it by fighting two. Look at this guy's HP, like goddamn. I agree, let's transform. So the issue with this guy is that he hits fairly hard. That wasn't the worst thing we could have been hit by, but like he hits pretty hard, but he's very slow, so as long as you can like, keep your situation somewhat neutral, you should be fine. I should stop talking and focus on the fight instead. That was really bad. There we go. So that's number one. He is inconvenient, but not a big deal. Number two, however, is a royal pain in the ass and will possibly die here. I might flee if things turn to shit. He's usually not good at one-shotting you, but he is good at just keeping you on miserably low life and just making your entire fight a nightmare. So he's using the Saw Spear, and he's using a Blunderbuss, and for some reason, both of those do a lot of damage in his hands. They don't do that much damage when you use them, but if he hits us with a volley of that, we're like half health, if memory serves. Maybe a little bit less, because we have more health remaining, because I invested into Vitality quite a bit, but generally speaking, it does a lot of ow, and it prevents you from being aggressive. It also can parry you, if memory serves, so just wailing at him at the wrong time will also get you killed. Ow. Ow. Oh, and since it's multiple projectiles at once, you don't even get to... I swear I dodged that. There we go. I think that's one of the quotes we have. God damn it. Yeah, and since it's multiple pellets at once that he's shooting, it will also not allow you to rally your HP back, because in practice you're actually taking many... Oh, you shoot through that. That makes sense, I guess. Because you're in practice taking like 5 or 10 small hits worth of damage, and you can only ever recover 1 hit worth of damage with a rally, so you're not getting your HP back either. That caught me after the backdash, that was rough. And he parried me, but he didn't kill me. I wonder if... I don't remember him actually doing riposts, so maybe we're fine in general, even if we do get parried, but he gets a follow-up hit for free if he wants to. I think he was just kind of struggling a bit. So yeah, nobody has ever been able to adequately explain to me why this guy has effectively more health than the last boss we fought. And like, he is such a royal pain in the ass to fight. I keep thinking the sprint attack is better than it actually is, and then I just miss it. It does nothing. The cone of fire is also just wide enough that you can't just sprint around it. You actually have to dodge through. Fuck you. Oh, don't kill me. Thank you. Fucking hell. God damn. Oh, we got him. Thank fuck. Well, that only took like 18 blood vials. And we got some bullets though, so that's value, right? Thankfully we'll never have to fight him again. This place sounds a bit weird, but let's knock anyway.
Bless us with blood. Bless us with blood.
You guys okay in there?
Bless us.
I guess that's a yes. Bit of a weird yes, but yes nonetheless.
Bless us with blood. Bless us with blood.
Oh. Very, single-minded, these people. Right, if we climb back up, we can actually get onto the roof of these buildings, and on one of them there's loot, if I remember correctly, so we have to pick this up. It's very important to pick up every bit of loot that you know about. So, if memory serves, there it is again, you can actually use this path to completely avoid fighting those two guys that we just fought. If you sneak by on the left side here, you should be fine. If you want to go down this way, you will probably aggro the two nitrous man, and the spearman is over here, so it's probably not going to happen very easily, but overall, I think you can avoid them if you really wanted to. Alright, let's fight the Snatcher and die after all this work. Oh, that's too fast for me. It's a lot of damage. I don't need blood vials anyway. I didn't recognize that for a sec. That was too early. Ow. I hit the tree. Nice. Ooh, that is so slow. I think he just died twice. He made that little slash sound that you get from killing people. And then I visceraled him and he did it again. Neat. And then you can jump down these ledges. Oh, there's a Wandering Nightmare. We're probably gonna miss out on that. Because he's going into a tunnel that I am not willing to jump into right now. We are almost guaranteed to die at this point because we're completely out of blood vials, and there are a few places here where I'm going to take damage. Unless I can pull off some sort of absolutely clutch miracle. Or I can just slide off the rock in one of the most awkward ways I've ever slid off that rock. That's helpful. I'd say we go right back up and try that again. I do not want to fight that guy while being shot by these other two fools, so here we go again. How did I slide so far to the right? Goddamn, must have been some pseudo-invisible wall bullshit happening. Didn't happen this time. Or I can just get shot by both of these guys. Well, shit. That's a pain because we were 2 enemies away from clearing out that entire area. And then we would have not have to return to it for quite a while. Oh well. Had to reload the area anyway at some point, so that's alright. Oh yeah, so we're loading the Odin Chapel bonfire, or the Cathedral Ward bonfire I should say. This used to load forever, and since this is kind of a hub, as you probably have already been able to deduce from the way this game has been playing out, you had to go here all the fucking time, especially on a first playthrough, and back then the loading times were infinitely long, so you would just sit here for hours. Anyway, so here is the Lady of the Night that we saved.
Oh, hello dear. You weren't lying. This is a safe place.
I agree.
Thank you. I'm in your debt.
Got an emote.
I'd like
Courtesy.
to tender my thanks, but I haven't much to offer. All I can give is my blood. But would you even take a whore's blood?
Sure.
Oh, good. Come close, dear.
I don't think we can take any.
This isn't the first time.
Never mind, we can. Interesting. There's Blood of Oriana. We already have Yosefka's blood vial. I thought that this were mutually exclusive. Maybe I'm being dumb. Anyway, Blood of Oriana. Blood taken from Oriana, Cathedral World Woman of Pleasure. The sweet blood of Oriana restores HP and temporarily speeds up stamina recovery, which is very nice. A member of the old healing church would know that her blood is similar to precisely what was once forbidden, so something about her blood is wrong in the eyes of the church. Not unusual, given her situation and job and such. Do you have anything interesting to say, lady?
You.
Nope, nothing interesting to say, but here's the guy that was in, that was super suspicious of us, and like I said, we sent him to Yosefka's clinic, and he was like, nah, psych, I'm going to the chapel as a result.
Ah, you. The swindling off-comer. Did you really think that'd work? There's no fooling me. Now, off with you. You heard me. Go away. I can't stand the stench of your lying breath. I'll spare you one nugget of advice. Beware the blind man. There the beggar sits at the bottom of the bloody food chain, and then he's here acting like he owns the place. He's not to be trusted. What's he want with all those people anyway? That little weasel has a murky past, I'm telling you.
So while this is as cryptic bullshitty phrased as possible, that is actually a good piece of advice that he's giving us. There's a blind beggar that we might meet, and he is not to be trusted, and he is correct, that guy is not to be trusted.
Give it a rest, please. I've no time for your petty lies. And what? Just go away now. I can't stand the step.
Right. Let's quickly have a chat with this guy. I don't know what he's even called.
Ah, the hunter. Thank you. So that old man, you told him about this place, right? Well, he don't offer me much in the way of conversation, but still, I'd rather see him alive anyhow. And I sort of hope that my asking you turn out to, you know, help him out in the end. I've never been any use to anyone, you see. Just happy about it, is all. If you find any saints, send them along.
Yeah, you would hate this guy. I don't know why. I have no trouble with characters like this usually. I find them adorable. Like, I think it's funny that he's just the most abrasive asshole he could possibly be. Oh, hey Eileen, long time no ask. What are you doing here? I know what she's doing here. I'm asking for you guys.
Oh, hello there. Perfect timing. I must warn you not to go near the tomb below Odin Chapel in the Cathedral Ward. Henrik, an old hunter, has gone mad. And he's my mark.
We got a nice gesture.
Don't go near the tomb below Odin. I have business there first.
Alright, so this quest line with her is a royal pain in the ass because, well, you'll see. Let's just, I'll not do it right away, so there's no point talking about it just yet, but it will, it's one of those quest lines where I'm not sure I can successfully accomplish it, so, that should tell you all we need to know. Because it is a pain in the ass. Nice jump made. That was way too early. Fuck. The crow is coming, I can hear it. You have to wait so agonizingly long to parry that attack. I'm proud of myself for actually doing it. Hey, you didn't get the buff off. He screamed though, but I did get the visual effect, so I guess he didn't get it off. Oh well, he's dead anyway. Chord. Roll. Really, you little shit. But yeah, I have a thing for these kinds of characters. I find they're entertaining as fuck. I wouldn't say I like him or whatever, I just find he's very funny. I like the way he talks as well. Just the over-the-top accent also. It's very funny to me. Ow. Just trade with every man, no problem. You receive parry. I receive your life. Time to play this again. Gonna once again do this fairly carefully and lure them out and take care of them one by one. Yeah, but I mean, thankfully they're just NPCs. They're wandering caricatures. You don't actually need to interact with them for anything useful. Like, in real life, a person like that would be insufferable, I completely agree, but in a game, I think it's pretty funny, because it's basically a caricature. Oh fuck, I didn't recognize that. I mean, like I said, I'm not condoning the guy's behavior, I don't think he's a good bloke or whatever, it's just... I think it's entertaining in a game like this. See if I can get a cheeky backstab while he's... Never mind. Okay, let's clear the site. That's not all it, but don't want to die with like 30,000 blood echoes lying around somewhere. More bullets, always good. Right, so the two NPCs remain dead once you kill them, so we're perfectly fine to just go through here and have a much easier time now. Basically we're already almost back to where we were. All we really need to kill the Snatcher again, on the left. Then we can do attempt number 2 on... Wait, do I hear a dog? Could have sworn I heard a dog, like some tippity tap of some paws. Oh well, never mind. It's just to fight the Snatcher. Hello. Can I parry that? No, I can't. Makes sense. I was just curious. Don't fall down. Thank you. This is gonna be awkward. Barely caught him while he was dashing away. Very few twin shards. We're getting unlucky. It's tragic. Let's see if we can catch the. Oh, never mind. Already fucked up. Never mind. I was gonna try to catch the Wandering Nightmare. Okay, let's this time not just mindlessly jump attack, but instead try to kill this guy. Then we'll do the same with you. I mean, not quite the same actually. Close enough. Okay, so the one thing I want to do is not die to this one enemy that is still remaining in this room. Wait, there's two. I thought there was only one. Never mind. We probably would have wiped last time then anyway. Even if I hadn't gotten shot. These guys are kind of annoying. We fought one of them earlier in Yharnam in the first set. Quite early to get the start of the game as well. It did slap me a few times, and they do a lot of damage, especially at this stage of the game. And some later as well. I missed the parry. Fucking hell, that's a fast swing. Such a girthy weapon. And that's the slow one that almost caught me. Oh fuck. How did that miss? Goddamn, that's some hitbox porn. Fucking hate you. Let's play it safe and waste blood vials, why not? There we go, finally. An attack I can deal with. Alive on a pixel. Got a bunch of blood vials, that's alright. So there's like, I think 2 or 3 Wandering Nightmares here. Look at those little pseudo-crystal lizards, so we'll have to relog here anyway. Yeah, see one over there immediately. But I don't like doing that. I'd rather make sure this guy dies first, so we can loot in peace. Wait, I couldn't? Oh. Uh-oh, I might still die here. Interesting, you can't charge an attack from sprint. It goes into a specific attack. Like if I'm sprinting and then holding down the charge attack button, it won't charge, so I mistimed my wake up and... Or my meteor, whatever the fuck I should say, technically. Anyway, I think that's it. So we just go in here and loot a circular room of absolutely no significance whatsoever. Sure, nothing weird is going on in that room. Get some lead elixirs. Let's actually read those as well while we're at it. A heavy, syrupy liquid medicine. Temporarily shifts weight to make deflection of attacks easier, but must be used with care, as it also slows movement with no chance of a change to defense. The recipe for this mysterious concoction is unknown, but some postulate that it materializes only within the most desperate nightmares. That sounds like a lovely drink. I'm sure we will drink this happily and not feel bad about it at all. This doesn't seem ominous at all, and I'm sure this door is also a lovely place to be. What the fuck? This shit again? Huh. Guess we'll never figure this out and just leave. It's like in that plaza towards the cathedral ward, where we looted some hunter equipment, and then that also happened. Oh yeah, right, I wanted to relog to kill these nightmares. Let's go Formless. I'll probably also quickly do a little bathroom break afterwards, because my body is very unhappy with me. As much as I enjoy their games, the name From Software is pretty fucking stupid. new game from Software. Like, what? Also just, what the... I don't know. There's probably like billions of ways to make fun of that name. It's just such a weird one. Some Twin Bloodstone Shards and some Twin Bloodstone Shards. I wonder if there's another one. Like, there's one in that little cave section that's coming up. Maybe there was one earlier. Maybe that's what the tippy tappy was that I heard. Maybe it's on the roof or something. We'll see once we get back up there. Yeah, same. Just generic shards. Not gonna knock it, but not gonna love it. Oh, there's crows up here. That's what I was hearing. Oh, they got me the crow remover. Likely to be relevant in the upcoming DVD patch, goddamn. Not gonna spoil anything for people that haven't seen shit, but looking interesting. Alright, so from here, let us go to the other side of the boss room. Into a new area. Let's actually quickly, there's a note here that we can read without triggering the boss fight. It is here-ish. Here-ish. There. Heir to the ritual of blood, purveyor of ministration, place your hand on the altar's sacred covering and inscribe Master Lawrence's adage upon your flesh. A mention of Lawrence again. I think we've heard of him before. And there's the adage that we were talking about. Hydrate, how dare you? Thank you. Here I am like, OMG, gotta go pee. And there you are going like, haha, hydrate. And here I am, bloodshot eyeball. Wait, no, that's unrelated. Where is this? Material used in a holy chalice ritual. An exquisite eyeball removed quickly after death, or perhaps even before. Used to unlock the seal of the old labyrinth intertombs. I always find when like certain environments take the words like hinterlands or hintertombs or whatever, I always find that weird because hinter in German simply means behind, so it's kind of odd. What? Don't worry, we'll go everywhere. We'll explore all the things. We'll see all the sights. This was not the last time we were going through Yharnam. Anyway, we have a little cave transition here. I always like these because if they're cluttered like this, you can get an impression of what's coming up, and at the same time it allows the game to hide some pseudo-loading screen basically, like it has to load the entire new area behind us, which is Hemwick Charnel Lane, as we're about to be informed, I reckon. Oh, I see. Yeah, that sentence confused me quite a bit, so... How does it not tell you where we are just yet? Never mind then. This little forest area here is a bit of a pain. There's a bunch of these guys here with their guns. And they come with dogs, not just regular dogs, but like Satan dogs. Which is not ideal, because dogs are already Satan, so Satan dogs are like Satan squared, which is not good. If you wanted to multiply shit, you at least should go cubed at least, for some geometric perfection. Instead we just have Satan squared, so we're just gonna get nibbled a bit, which is not fun. It is very easy to die here. We saw earlier just how much damage these gunners can do when they just two-shot me. So combining a bunch of gunners spread around the forest with a bunch of dogs that are also a royal pain in the ass means that this is a very easy place to die in. We do get some bone marrow ash here and there though, so that's interesting. Like I alluded to earlier, it's probably not something we're going to be using a lot, especially on the sort of build that I've been going for so far, but it's always nice to have as an option. Yeah, it's math Satan, basically. For some people, that is easily the worst kind of Satan there is. Isn't there more dogs? There's some more shooters. Let's go for those first. Ow. Could also call him Geometry Satan and include Pyramid Head. It's also nice. Don't wanna leave that poor guy out. More Bone Marrow Ash. I'll quickly top off my HP because I'm that scared of being shot by these guys. Look at the damage. Like, look at how much damage that did. That was one shot by one guy. Well, ow, fuck. Nope. Oh, I almost fucked that up. There was one shot by one of these two while I was swiping at their mates. Like, goddamn. They do so much fucking damage. Bunch of bullets, more bullets. Once you get the upper hand, it's fairly easy to just keep slapping them because they stagger quite heavily whenever you hit them, but if you get shot, you just probably explode. You got a bit lucky there. They're also very quick to start counter-attacking after the stagger, so even if you do slap them, if you then have to take a break for whatever reason, you're probably not gonna be able to continue. Instead have to abort and try not to die. Right, we're almost done with this Satan Forest. Hello, sir. Spin to win. Fucking trees, honestly. I hate trees. Nature sucks. I even announced spin to win. You can't just deny me afterwards. Once I call it, it's done. It's over. Fucking game. Alright, the double dog bullshit. Well, I guess that worked out for the most part. Let's die to this guy. Trees. Easy. Didn't even have to think about that one. Just trees, fuck them. Almost every game, trees just get in your way. Like you're playing Factorio, fucking trees everywhere. You're playing this game or any Souls game. Oh, a tree, let me bounce with my weapon off the fucking tree. No problem. Oh, fuck, it's blocking my pathing as I'm trying to run away from something. Play Dead by Daylight. Oh look, a tree creating an accidental fat-shaming spot where the killer can't pass but survivors can. Fucking trees in every game. Play Hillbilly. Try to curve around the fucking map with your chainsaw sprint. Bump into a branch. Not even the fucking tree itself, just a branch. 99% of the player base would be completely unaffected, but poor Hillbilly bumps into fucking branches that are too tall to hit with normal characters. But poor Hillbilly has to fucking deal with them. I hate trees. Trees suck. Anyway, we found the lamp, so let's go home. And while we do that, I'll go take a quick BRB bathroom break. Fucking fat shaming spots are the worst. Hate those. Because they're usually an accident as well. Like, the maps aren't designed with those in mind, or with those as part of the intended experience. You just try to run somewhere and then the tree's like, nah, I spawn here, you can't pass. Ugh, just the worst. Right, let's check if Garb is hanging out back here. I'm gonna keep doing that, I hope that doesn't frustrate anyone. Because I just like to include the dialogue if available. Anyway, let's see what else is new. We have a bunch of shards to upgrade weapons as we desire. Don't have that many weapons to upgrade right now though. I should go and pick up the saw spear. Oh yeah, we have some good gems now as well. I think this one has like 7 somewhere. Yeah, this one has 7% physical damage. Yeah, it's less about me taking a moment to check on side stuff, but rather me obsessively checking an area, thinking at some point something happens, but not quite remembering when or why. Like, when I was playing, for example, Doom Eternal, I know I drove poor Ardanian mad by constantly checking the map to make sure I didn't miss anything. Just like every 5 seconds, I'm just like, oh, let me quickly check the map, make sure I didn't miss anything, and he just went insane, basically. Poor guy has never recovered, still says oop to this day. So yeah, it's sometimes not the best thing. Yeah, I think we're kinda good. Guess we'll just level some bits. Hello.
Ah, welcome home, good hunter. I must have drifted off. What is it you desire?
For someone that claims to be a doll and isn't really doing the whole emotion things very much, you sure are crying and sleeping a lot. I guess you don't need emotions to sleep, technically, but still unusual for a doll. Anyway.
Very well,
I'm sure you're very normal. Good old dolls. Nothing could be wrong with those. Let's get some endurance going. I've been struggling with that shit a bit. Guess we'll do a bit more of this.
Farewell, good mate.
How are we looking for? Bullets and vials. Bullets are probably more than good. Blood vials are also fine-ish. Yeah, I think we can start buying some random bullshit. Let's buy the Kirk Hammer, because it looks cool. Let's buy the Threaded Cane because it looks cool, and start showing off some of these weapons a little bit. Alright, so we have... Let's get rid of those two. Oop. There we go. So, we have the Threaded Cane, which looks like this. It's basically a walking stick. Sadly, your character doesn't use it as a walking stick. They always just hold it up this way, which I find kind of a shame, but it is still pretty good, and it has a very basic bitch moveset. You just swipe, and swipe, and swipe, and the heavy attack is a thrust. All of that is fairly simple and easy, but then you do the transform, and this is where people find it very fancy, because you suddenly have like a sword whip thing, like Ivy from SoulCal. It is pretty fancy. I don't enjoy it particularly much, because the old hit stun on that shot is pretty weak, so like you don't stagger enemies that well, and the damage is also not fantastic. Basically I had a pretty mediocre time with it, but the transformation attacks are pretty cool. Like, this looks alright, and similarly doing this into a little poke, and it's normal again. Like, this is pretty good. So the speed is high, but overall not my favorite kind of weapon. Oops, wrong button. Then we have the Kirk Hammer. This is what Fandango was talking about, how the church keeps, or the church weapons like to have this massive thing giving away everything, and like, not looking sleek and tricky, but more like big old fucking object on your back. And this very much applies to the Kirk Hammer. So we have the sword, which is a normal, like, sword-ish moveset. This is what I think all swords in this game have as their moveset. Heavy attack as a thrust. But then you can transform it by pressing this button. And now we have this hammer with a bunch of scripture written on it. I'm sure that says something very holy and very nice about whomever the fuck this hammer is about to squash onto the ground, and it moves like this. I don't love this hammer. There's something about this swing that doesn't reach quite as far, or maybe another one of the swings. Anyway, some of these attacks don't quite feel right to me, like in the distance and the hit stun and all that sort of shit, like on the minor details, it doesn't ever feel really good to me. I think especially this like heavy attack doesn't actually work that well. I know, something about it isn't exactly ideal, but the transformation attacks are lovely, like look at this. And we do one of these, and clonk, here we go with our sword, or vice versa. And then slam that shit down, thrust in, and here we go, hammer mode. These are really cool. I like both of these a lot, so these are nice. It is, if you're like the sort of, hey, I play hammers or like great axes or whatever in Dark Souls sort of player, then you probably feel at home with a Kirk Hammer, but for me it never really was the thing to go for. Well, we own these now, so here we go. Wait, we already leveled, never mind. Shush. I know I fucked up, but so shush. Oh, we have the new headstone headstone active now, which is the frontier one, basically like the outskirts of Yharnam, or outside of Yharnam, which is Hamwick Charnel is the lamp we just activated. We also have something else interesting going on if memory serves. If we go to the Tomb of Odin bonfire, it is not functioning at this time. Gee, I wonder what that could mean, and whoever the fuck told us about that. Might that be Eileen the Crow being like, hey, there's a mark down there and I gotta fight him? Well, let's go and check that out, I'd say. So this is one of the, I think the only actual make or break moment in this quest line. She's fighting someone here, and we basically get to pick sides if we wanted to. If we want Eileen to die and get her weapon early, then we can do that by just killing her here. But I'd like to conclude every quest line to their fullest, so I will probably try to keep her alive and fight her target rather than her. And she has a habit of dying here in ways that you can't really prevent very easily, so we'll have to start the fight without her and try to do as much damage to the guy as we can without dying ourselves. On the plus side, if we do die, we can always just return and try again, whereas if she dies once, the quest line is over, so if the fight starts going bad, I might die and just try over, or I might relog to try over, because we only have one shot at this quest line, basically. So down here is the tomb, which is where we fought Gascoigne earlier in the game, and down there, in the yellow coat behind this tree, is our mark, or her mark technically, but we'll assist, because she's old, and not the strongest anymore. So this is Henrik, who has apparently gone mad. So Henrik, like all NPC hunters, is pretty fucking swole. Nope, his gun does too much damage. I dodged into a tree and got stuck there for a bit too long, and then the camera fucked me because I couldn't see where I was going. Oh well. Anyway, so I couldn't stagger him with my axe attacks. That's kind of unfortunate, because between every swipe he will then have time to retaliate and turn it around, so that's rough. We're gonna have a few tries here to make this happen. The thing about a weapon like the axe, especially when transformed, but also in the non-transform mode, is that you get the benefit of basically more oomph behind your swings, at the downside of being slower, and like you kind of rely on staggering people, or especially in the transform mode, also keeping them away from you, like at the maximum distance. And if you reach the point where an enemy is no longer staggering from your attacks, suddenly these kinds of weapons become a lot less good. Like, this goes for any sort of heavy weapon in a Souls game or a similar sort of game. You kind of, if you're picking this sort of weapon, you're relying on enemies actually fucking staggering when you hit them, and oh fuck, they're fighting already. Oh, we barely did it. Oh fuck, I hit her. Oof, there we go. She did get slapped quite a bit here, but we got lucky and she survived. Get the Air Rune. Let's quickly check that out before talking to her. A carol rune that transcribes in human sounds. The air sees sentimentality in the warmth of blood and acknowledges visceral attacks as one of the darker hunter techniques. Visceral attacks are the, counter, parry attacks, basically. More blood echoes gained from visceral attack. Perhaps the air is a hunter who bears the echoing will of those before him. And I think this one does 10%, which means if we kill something with a visceral attack while having this rune equipped, we get 10% more blood echoes. Let's talk to Eileen then.
That wasn't necessary of you, but you have my thanks. We made it with our lives. You're not bad at all. You must have killed Gascoigne as well, then. He was falling apart, I'm sure it had to be done. But try to keep your hands clean. A hunter should hunt beasts. Leave the hunting of hunters to me.
The little trademark FromSoft giggle after every line that doesn't necessarily need a giggle.
Try to keep your hands clean. Leave the hunt.
Right, so that's that bit done. So that's the dangerous quest step for this character. If she dies here, then the quest is over, basically, and we do not get a second chance at all. It's just do this now or don't do it at all, basically. If you wait too long, I don't remember exactly what happens. Like, if you basically ignore the quest line, I don't quite remember what happens, but it's also not good, if memory serves. So, we got that over with, which is very nice. So now let's check on some of the other issues. We have still the poor little girl in Yharnam, in central Yharnam, that we we kind of made very unhappy by informing her that her mother had died. Not really our fault per se, but not much you can do about it. I'm wondering if there's a better way of getting there aside from taking the central Yharnam bonfire, and I think we just have to tank it. It's kind of an awkward path because we have to go through the... Actually, the bridge would have been slightly closer, but doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's kind of an awkward path because we have to kind of go through to werewolves and some other shit, but should be fine. Oh, I also probably can buy this guy's equipment now in the inside messenger bath thingy. We haven't checked in there for a while. Maybe I should do that every now and then. Hey, you still hanging in there, Gilbert? Alright, same message. Hydrate I shall. Thank you. Could have sworn I just did. While we're here, let's quickly go and shoot the guys on the left as well, because they give us blood vials, and we like blood vials. Mate, come over here. Ooh. I sort of fucked that up, but not too bad. That was a bit early, but we got away with it, so I'll not complain. And then we go up and into the building, and there we get some Quicksilver bullets guaranteed. Actually, let's pull out the torch here. We didn't have the torch when we were here for the first time, so this way we get to actually see the environment a little bit better. Quite fancy. Everything is very ornate and inscribed with all sorts of bullshit. Seems at least like decorated like crazy. Certainly meant to jump there. I may have forgotten about you, I'm sorry, sir. So that grab attack that he just did there, where we parried, it takes so long and it's permanently active during that entire time. So basically whenever you shoot him during that animation, he will always get parried, and you just kind of get that for free, which is kind of interesting. Normally, especially the grab attacks have like a slow wind-up and then are only active for like a very brief moment, but that one there, you can basically not fuck up that parry, which I always found kind of interesting. Come on, do it again so I can show it off. Okay, I found a spot to stand so that I mess up the parry. I should just not talk, like that would make life so much easier. You basically can't fuck up the parry though, if you at all aren't trying to be an idiot about it. Because like, during that entire lunge forward, he counts as activating an attack, and anytime you hit him there, it will automatically count as a parry. So like, the window is massive, basically, is what it boils down to. I think these guys relied on the tree. Little did they know, trees betray everyone. Now that we're a bit stronger, we can just kind of rampage through this area without worrying too much. I'll always be a little bit careful about the werewolves and shit, but for the regular enemies, even including dogs, it's not a big deal anymore. Come on then. I think that was almost too early. Still nothing. Oh, I think a different thing happens now. Let's go quickly check to see if I'm an idiot. Blood, blood, give me your blood. Blood, blood, give me the blood. Let's go all the way down here and fist the pig. As one does in Yharnam. Snip, 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 snip. We get some blood vials, and we also find something else, which is very unfortunate. We get the red messenger ribbon. Where does this go? Here. Red ribbon that messengers are oddly fond of. The thick, pungent red was drawn from the organs of some unfortunate victim. A strange choice indeed, but perhaps for the messengers wearing this accessory constitutes a form of mourning. And I am pretty confident the implication here is that she, like the little girl, after we told her that her mother had died, went to look for her herself or something, and got sadly killed and or eaten by this pig. Which is a very Bloodborne thing for the game to do. I have Hunter's Marks here, let's just go and return to the lamp. I'm not entirely sure anymore how exactly the quest lines for that girl can play out. I think if you don't return the brooch to her, she asks you if you know of a safe place, and then you can either not tell her of a safe place, or you can tell her of any safe place. But no matter what you tell her, if I remember correctly, she just always dies this way. And if you don't tell her, I think she eventually, over the course of the plotline, over the course of the game, eventually dies anyway, so there's no saving her, I don't think. Which is just kind of ass, but such is life. We do get an extra step though later on with not her directly, but I think with that window later, we'll see if I brained this correctly. So we have two areas that we can pick from to do next, and I think I'll do both of these before we kill the boss that the big old stairs led up to. And I am not entirely sure which of these we do first. So we either do the charnel lane or we do something else. We have a couple of runes, so maybe we do charnel lane first? I kinda don't like that place though. And more inside is more fun in Henrik charnel lane, so let's do the other place first. Off we go to Cathedral Ward. Hand lantern description, not telling you that it reduces your stamina recovery. That ruined me during my first playthrough. I was always using it. It looks so neat. I think I bought it, didn't I? Let's see if I have, and then I can show it off. Oh yeah, we also didn't read or put on the church set yet. Let's go do that as well. There it is. Look at this. Isn't this beautiful? Just a little lantern. And it just slightly allows you to give off a little bit more light for those dark areas. But it looks so cool. It looks so fitting. It just fits perfectly with your attire, generally speaking. And just... you're exploring the darkest places in this fucking game. Why wouldn't you have a little lantern on you at all times? And then they punish you with, like, decreasing your stamina regeneration. It's so mean. I don't know if they still do it. Let's actually kind of do a little bit of science here. Let's try to quickly use up all the stamina. But that's my easiest way of doing that, I guess, just swinging wildly. Alright, that felt like that. That feels the same. I think they changed it. I don't think it's doing it anymore. I'm gonna put it on in most places. So this goes here, and then we just turn it off now because we're in a well-illuminated spot, and then we'll just try to remember to turn it off and on again. Also, Church Hunter attire. Let's just do it through this menu, that's easier. Black Church Hat. Attire of Healing Church Hunters. Most Healing Church Hunters are elementary doctors who understand the importance of early prevention of the scourge, achieved by disposing of victims and even potential victims before signs of sickness manifest themselves. Their black attire is synonymous with fear and that peculiar Yarnum madness. Yeah, I'm a doctor as well. I just kill people before they get sick. This is how that works, isn't it? Looks pretty alright though, I think. Like, the top itself is neat. Don't care too much about the hat. I like the scarf. The scarf looks neat. Can take or leave the gloves. Nah, let's just go back to same old, same old. Let's see. I don't remember if there's a step here where we talk to Eileen again. No, I think she's just done for now. Let's quickly go kill this guy. Let's quickly farm the Snatcher. Oh fuck. Goodness. Alright, I'll parry you to get my stuff back. Oh no, I fucked up. Oh well. Shit happens. I mean, it is right next to the lamp, so nothing of value was lost. I love seeing our hair clipped through our collar up close and personal. Anyway, I guess we got snatched. That's unfortunate. Door is not locked. I kinda like this, by the way, because it kind of implies that whomever the fuck they snatch usually is either basically dead or has given up to the point where they're not even trying to leave. Like, they don't even bother locking the door. This isn't really a prison as much as just a place for them to, like, store people. This guy looks a bit weird. Probably also some form of prisoner with this weird cage on his head. Cold blood. Oh, message. Madmen toil so repetitiously in rituals to beckon the moon, uncover their secrets. sure note, I will try to uncover some madman's secrets. That sounds like a great idea. This also looks a bit dark. Let's put on the torch, or the lamp. Look at this lovely illumination. Aw, so nice.
Oh, merciful God, help me. In the name of the healing church, cleanse us of this horrible dream.
Looks like we're not the only one that got snatched recently. All these covered up furnishers. Some cold blood, always nice. Then hiding in this corner we have... Hey, that looks like church attire. Nothing but women here. I guess. Hello, my dear.
Oh, please leave me be. Don't take me, please. Oh, please, dear gods.
You appear to be a bit afraid. Don't worry, I'm from the church, I promise. Like me and the church, we're super tight. Here, let's have a chat.
Ah, by your garb, the healing church. You've come to save me. Oh, thank you, dear saint. I have no words to express my relief. You can take this, at least.
Some knowledge. Oh, thank you, yes. Thank you indeed.
Sure to please an upstanding member of the church like you. Oh, thank you so much, dear gods.
Church likes its madman's knowledge, huh? Interesting. We found a bunch of that on their plaza as well, so that would make sense.
Thank you so much. I was seized on the street by the hulking brute in the cathedral ward and locked up here. There were many others, but they've been taken away. And I've heard moans echoing in the distance ever since.
I think it's chanting.
So, the hunt is on tonight. Then the streets are perilous, and every door will be shut tight. Perhaps it isn't my place to ask, but do you know somewhere that might take me in?
Of course we do! Let's tell her of Odin Chapels. She seems like a lovely lady to house in our chapel of refugees.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll set out as soon as I can. I pray for success on your hunt.
Thank you.
Kind hunter.
Not sure who you're praying to, but pray away. Alright, let's take those clothes back off. Haha, fooled you. Noob, you got duped. Now you think the church is a safe place for church hunters. That actually makes sense, doesn't it? Anyway, but in reality I was just some regular guy, not at all affiliated with the church. Get fucked. Let me quickly do something. Let's put this on our bar so we can emergency heal with us and get ourselves some stamina boost if we need it. Might be a situation coming up where it's useful. We can either go straight or we can go up. I think we wanna go... Thought I had a wandering nightmare. Oh yeah, up on those stairs, there's one. We'll probably have to respawn here anyway, so let's go upstairs first. This music is fine. Nothing at all ominous going on. You saw me and then you fuck off anyway? Alright. Oh hey, a lamp. Not at all ominous looking lamp, but certainly a lamp. Your arm broke off, mate. Gotta get that checked out. These statues don't quite look very human, do they? Oh well, I'm sure it's nothing. Hey, a note. Nightmarish rituals crave a newborn. Find one and silence its harrowing cry. Basically, go and kill a baby. Sure, let's go do that, game. I am about that, absolutely and entirely. I like kicking babies, as I've demonstrated in the old DVD. I will try to lure them over one by one, because otherwise this might go wrong very, very rapidly. There's a pretty good chance even if I lure him out here, I will upset the other mate as well, so I'll have to be careful either way. He might do the jump attack, so I'm gonna just tense. Don't fuck me. Fuck. Bit slow. Worked out so far. I think we can just do this instead of in proper riposte. Or the Viswell, I should say. So that's one. Can we get a sneak attack on you? That'd be nice. I would approve. Slightly slow. Can squash you though, that's nice. Are you buffing? How dare you? That was not a backstab. Well, fuck. Now I have to actually fight you properly. Bad. Oh, that still counted. I was gonna say very bad, but the game counts it, so who am I to judge? That went very far. Twin Bloodstone Shards, and on this ominous body in the middle of a squashed ground, or like broken bit of ground overlooking those cells that we were just in, find a moon rune. Let's have a look at this one. A secret symbol left by Carol Runesmith of Bergenworth, a transcription of moon as spoken by the Great Ones inhabiting the nightmare. Gain more blood echoes. The Great Ones that inhabit the nightmare are sympathetic in spirit and often answer when called upon. So yeah, I think that's just as long as you have that one equipped, just a flat increase in blood echoes from every source. Actually, not every source, never mind. It's the blood echo items still give the same amount, but like, culling things gives you more echoes, basically, is what it boils down to. Let's go downstairs this time. Hello there, dear. You seem lovely. You weird-ass spoon. Keep that spoon away from me. Yeah, I may have accidentally messed up like once or twice in a row, and then I am now in this area that I happen to want to explore. Purely coincidental, of course. I mean, who doesn't want to listen to the ominous chanting for a while? It's lovely. I guess these are some other Snatcher victims. And like I suggested earlier, these seem like they have just given up completely, basically. And are not trying to escape, unlike me. I will not just bow down and die. I will fight to my last ass. Also, I did a very brief, very rough little test earlier, and it seems the stamina recovery is no longer slowed down from the lantern completely at all. Like, I didn't notice any difference from empty stamina bar to full. With or without the thing. You think so? I think most people are very unsettled by the whole ominous chanting going on in the background. It's a different kind of uneasy atmosphere. Like, cozy is probably not a word I would use for this. I might die for that. Ooh, that was close. I almost died for that. Let's use the Blood of Oriana. Some stamina recovery might be nice here against two of these folks. Never mind, one of them just died immediately. Ow. My spleen! This place could do with a little bit of my spleen, couldn't it? Uh-oh. There we go. Close. Just being dumb and doing another heavy attack instead of just getting my visceral when I could. Let's check out this side, some more people gave up. I slapped him so hard he went through the wall. Look at this guy. Rest in medium amounts of peace. Yeah, fair enough. Has taken up the global supply of spleens. Excuse you. I did die to Henrik though, I'm not sure if you saw that. I was doing the Eileen fight against Henrik, and I may have died on my first attempt. We did succeed though, thankfully, so we get the full storyline with her. Alright, before we continue that direction, we shall explore the rest of this area. What is it with your ladies and these fucking not eyes, yes, these fucking spoons? And dropping pebbles, Wonder if there might be some form of connection here. Alright, I remember now what's going on here. Big Satan. Oh, we also went and picked up the little girl's ribbon. Behold, a pale blood sky. Messaged, you are a little bit early, but I guess the spirit is there. Maybe it's already a pale blood sky. Maybe it's not about to change, but what's behind whatever is going on. I know, I'm probably not explaining that well. Anyway, come over here, pick A2 so I can sort you out. Unfortunate. There you go. Up the bomb. Down you go. I think we get the two nitros here, don't we? Oh, that's bolt paper. The nitros must be over there then. Come here, you. I know you want to. Already looking at me and barfing. Woof, 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 woof. Yes, I know, I know. Come on then. Yes, come on. God damn it, dog. Just sturdy enough to be a pain in the ass. Weapon is also just slow enough to just not clear him out. Let me recover, plus. As long as you play it very slowly here and take these guys out one by one, you're generally not in too much trouble. God, this choir gets loud, doesn't it? Aw. Beat my fucking charge attack, or, well, sprint attack, whatever. We have two of them now. Nice, we tried out for the one. Do you also sing in ominous Latin chanting, probably about some sort of Grade 1 conspiracy bullshit going on? Because I might also start doing the whole choir thing if that's the case. Seems like a fun time. Didn't I have one more Molotov somewhere? I did not. Never mind. Could try a pebble, see if we can only pull one of them. Oh, I think that's what I usually use the poison throwing knives for, to pull people. Lame. Your church sucks, I guess. It's hard to compete with Yarnum churches, but... sorry to say, it's not very good. Ow. I hate when they do the shove. The shove is so fast. I'm not ready for it. Especially since two of their other attacks are super slow, so if you parry early, you just get fucked. Like, not quite the same, but pretty good. Smack. Fuck your buff bullshit. Hey you. Como over here. And here's the Tonitrus. The Tonitrus is the like electricity mace thingy that the other hunter that we thought was using. Can we equip it? We can. Nice. So I can show it off. Looks very cool. There is something very unusual about this moveset though. And it is, if we transform, it instead just buffs. And now it's all lightning-y and shit. That takes durability off the thing, so you can't just do it indefinitely, but it is pretty cool. You can do a transformation attack like that, and then you can rebuff it and keep doing it over and over. Basically it only has one set of moves though, unlike most of the other weapons in the game, who have, well, two sets I guess, by transforming. So it's at a slight disadvantage in that regard. However, it basically has free access to elemental damage, and it scales with strength and arcane. Like both actually, if memory serves, so it's not bad. I used it for a playthrough and had a lot of fun with it. Can be a bit limiting sometimes with the moveset, but like I said, overall, just fairly swole. Like the damage always felt pretty good. Let's say room over here. Beware of ambush. I don't think there is one, is there? Yeah. Fear message. Or fear message? Who knows? No ambush for me though. Wonder what these people are talking about. There's nothing wrong at all here. Like this looks fine. Right, let's continue exploring. Let's put this away for now and go back to the axe. Actually, yes. Doesn't have it here as well, right? Anything? Oh yeah, an item. I actually missed that, goddamn. That's impressive. I was right next to it and I didn't see. I think one of these has combat, one of these pathways I mean, and one of these has a Wandering Nightmare. This has a Wandering Nightmare. That is a very sturdy Wandering Nightmare. Well, it cornered itself, so we're good. Three twin blood shards, very nice. And this loops back to the bonfire. I keep calling them bonfire, they're lamps, but it's basically the same thing. That makes sense, yeah, especially when stuck. Like, idiot, go to the right, no, go to the left, he's right behind you. Just run, run! Whose stupid idea was it to split controllers and legs to multiple heads? Mates, close. Come on, Borfs. I ain't got all day. I do not want to fight them all at once. That is a very good way to die. They refuse to spread out. Here we go, finally. Stop borfing and come over here. There you go. I guess telling dogs to stop borfing has been a thing for generations. And no one has ever really succeeded long term, have they? Alright, don't fuck me, dog. I'm gonna do a thing now. Good boy. Very good, dog. You waited your turn. I approve. One shot with that, nice. I should use that more. The heavy attack. Uncharged version. I don't think there's anything too fancy down here, but... yeah, this just leads to the side room we were in earlier, the lower prison area bit. More shards. So the enemies in this area are pretty rough overall, like they're slightly stronger than what you would expect. You can easily tell that by the Wandering Nightmare also taking a bunch of slaps to die, whereas before they were always very quick to die, and this makes the area feel like a little bit of a more advanced area compared to where we were before. As a result, however, if you do manage to brave the difficulty, you get a comparatively large amount of twin Bloodstone shards, so you get to upgrade your weapons more, which is fun. And oh yeah, we've read this before. As a result, I like doing this area somewhat early. We could do, like I said, another area before this, or we could also kill this boss that we've been ignoring, and both of those would help push us a little bit further and make us a little bit stronger, but I like doing this right now. Feels still appropriate-ish, especially if you take your time and clear things out one by one. And here we have the Black Hooded set and the Yahar Ghul black garb and gloves and trousers. That is the set that those two NPCs we were fighting earlier were wearing. The one with the saw spear and the Tonitrus. This set, basically. This also looks quite nice. I think the description actually mentions this, but it's one of the few that has iron in it. Iron helmet worn by hunters of the Unseen Village. The hunters of Yahar Ghul answer to the village's founders, the School of Mensis. Hunters in name only, these kidnappers wear their black coats low to shadow their eyes. This helm is made of metal, a rarity for hunter garb, and has high defense, but only against physical attacks. Shut the fuck up, choir. I'm trying to talk here. Anything fancy here? Designed primarily to defend from physical attacks, the binding of thick rope serves both to protect its wearer and restrain his foes. I think these have basically the same. Yep. So yeah, neat little outfit. Let's wear it for a bit. Aren't iron gates the mates that made Valheim? Maybe there's a connection here. Maybe you were kidnapped and brought to Valheim. Maybe you didn't actually die. Snatcher just came, picked you up, and sorted you out. Search body. This looks like a church hunter. They are dead, and they give madman's knowledge. And so does this guy. I see. I can't read though, so that doesn't matter to me. Damn gate. That is locked. Thank fuck. I'm assuming this is the fate that the nun downstairs was also expecting to happen to her, which is like dying, praying in front of this gate for some reason, but receiving madman's knowledge in the process, so maybe that's a good thing. We have a lot of that at this point. Might even be worth eating some at some point, just to increase the numbers of it. Alright, I think that's the area itself done with. There's this one passage in the basement that we didn't take yet, and then we're gonna go take right the fuck now. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. It's right here. Actually, there was a Wandering Nightmare here. Let's quickly reload the area. It is slightly cheesy to reload the area to kill these, but honestly, I don't think anybody really cares, including myself. Like, the other Souls games have found ways to make the Wandering Nightmares a pain, or the Crystal Lizards, which are the equivalent, I guess, by just making the environment itself dangerous rather than just the enemies, or by making them not respawn upon relogging, so they had ways of dealing with this and chose not to, so fuck them, I say. Yeah, that's the advantage of speaking a foreign language. Like, if I just said a sentence in German, you have no idea if I just insulted your nan, or if I just congratulated you on a fine choice of name, or if I invited you to play some Han Showdown later or something, you would never know the difference. There we go. 3 Twin Bloodstone Shards, definitely a good thing to have. We also have 25-ish thousand souls, which is probably gonna disappear in a second, but alas. Such is life in the zone. Let's go down here. Sorry, I bumped the microphone again. Fucking hell. I've been streaming for such a long time now with a proper standing microphone that I just cannot get it back into my brain that there is a microphone to the left of my cheek, basically, or to the bottom left of my mouth, and I just keep thinking like, oh, let me just scratch my beard or adjust my glasses or whatever, and I keep bumping the fucking microphone like a moron. Also, there's a seam on the ground there and you can just look through the wall. Looks a bit odd. So this ominous, no music, totally not a boss room sort of looking place is surprisingly a boss room, and we might be struggling with this one a bit. This fight goes one of two ways for me. Either it's going to be completely free, and I just stomp it on first attempt, sometimes without using blood vials, or it's gonna be a pain in the ass and I'll have to try like 20 times. Let's do a quick vote. Not vote. Prediction. Start prediction. Let us name it... And the option 1 will be... this... actually, let's just go full ham. So far we've first tried every boss, so let's just go first try or... more try. Got it. Alright, so while you guys get to enjoy the idea of voting on that, I'll quickly do a little brain thing and look at my equipment here for a sec. We've never worn this set, have we? Like the bought Yharnam Hunter set? There's a bunch of giggling going on again. This is weird. I guess this is also Bloodborne. Yeah, it looks alright. Haha, good man. Oh, it's the messengers that were giggling. I guess. Laughing about the dead mate there. Is the prediction time over? Because then I'll have a go at it. Anything I need to do or want to do to prepare? If I remember correctly, this guy is not happy about poison, so let's try those poison throwing knives. Entirely helpful. I'm not getting this poison to stick. I'm not hitting him very often, mind. Okay, let's just assume that I am being dumb and it's not exactly weak to poison. Let's just fight at them. Hey, terrible. but... Fuck you, I swear I dodged that. Uh-oh. I think his AoE is smaller on his butt, which sounds funny, but it's true. Goodness gracious. I'm just not getting this roll timing ever on anything. I'm trying to do a thing, but I'm not getting it. There we go. Oh, I did. Shame. Yeah, it's been way too much time of my initial attempt there to try and sort it out by actually, fuck. Choose outcome, or try. Yeah, I spent way too much time at the start trying to poison him and not really enough time trying to learn the attack and stuff, so I don't know. It's gonna take me a few tries to get used to the attack pattern again. I was really, really bad at dodging there. Like, even when I knew exactly which swipe was coming, I still managed to get hit by him as I tried to win through. Try to go through. Ow! How was that not a parry? That was so close before you actually hit me. Oh, of course you do the fast shit, I hate you. I'm just trying to recreate the circumstances we just had with very little blood vials from the get-go. By very little, I mean like missing 3 or so, however many it was. Okay, I'm doing this pathetically poorly. How am I suddenly too bad to do this? Yeah, I actually remembered predictions. Aren't you proud of me? Like, look at me being big man Mr. Streamer and making sure you guys have something to entertain yourself with. I think it might be wise of me to try this without transforming my weapon. The extended range is nice to hit the head, but especially at the start I probably want to hit the limbs more than anything. A wise man would also decide on a weapon to commit to just... Oh fuck, I'm stupid. I was busy rambling. No, me eyes, I need those. Help. Damn, I almost died. Didn't think she'd do that much damage, especially with me mashing the buttons. Goodness gracious. But yeah, I think the extended range isn't actually all that helpful, and I need to focus on hitting the buttons. And a wise man would definitely... The buttons, yes, the limbs. And a wise man would absolutely go commit to a weapon right now and upgrade it to +5 or +6. Whichever is available for us. I think we get to +6 for now, with the amount of shards we have. Because this guy is pretty rough. This is also my favorite instance of a fog wall being the most artificial thing in the game. Like, look at this very arbitrary barrier, not even any sort of doorway to frame it, just it exists in mid-air, which is hilarious. But yeah, this boss is kind of designed around being a little bit, like us being a little bit stronger than we are, so we're probably gonna die here a few times, but never mind. Oh wait, that was our range for that. I accidentally got a jump because this game uses the old system, which sucks ass. I was trying to sprint forwards to avoid his attack and then roll through, but I obviously can't because if I sprint and then roll, I mean to jump, clearly. Fuck off. Should have did really quick. Right, so not locking on is helping me a lot more than actually locking on. I also need to roll this very early. I've been doing that wrong. Oh fuck. It is a quick move, this fight bullshit. Yeah, what I've been trying to do is when he starts his like 1-2 and then overhead slam, I try to wait for the actual attack and iframe through it, but I don't think that works very well because the like between his thick limb or whatever and the lingering hitbox of the lightning, I keep getting slapped while trying to cross. Whereas if I just try to get in early during that, he completely misses, and if he then commits to the full chain, then he basically doesn't hit me at all. That's already basically the key, I think, to the early half of this fight. Alright, let's try this with a few more blood vials for a change. I think we used 9 before we even entered the boss room last time, because I was getting hit by absolutely everything in the game. I just like that the camera gets stuck on his body a lot in this fight. Saw that coming, but I wasn't in time. Ah, I'm stupid, I didn't recognize what it was doing. Excuse you, can you stop just moving? His movement attacks are usually the worst. I'm overcommitting. This weapon is slightly too slow for me to swing twice there. I couldn't even see anything though. Hey, rolled that. Could have sworn I rolled that. My character was even moved around by the attack. I just... Okay, he moved me into the air and I got the fucking stagger, you got hit in mid-air, falling on your ass animation. Nice, because it was like pause swipe, moved me forward so much that it could transition into that. The next hit would crumble him again. Oh, I'm getting it again. Phase 2 laser pump. I rolled that, come the fuck on. right on the bum. I rolled that, come the fuck on! One of the issues in this fight is first of all the camera itself for very obvious reasons, and also the fact that the frame rate goes so fucking low because of all the special effects and the game hardly handling it. I'm pretty sure for a lot of these hits where I'm like, oh fuck, I rolled that, I'm pretty sure I pressed it in what would be in time if it was running at like normal, stable, 30 or whatever FPS. But it just kind of eats the, or delays or whatever the fucking input a little bit. Because I see that coming and I'm like, okay, I have to roll now, and then my character gets hit almost, well, feels like half a second or something later, without the roll ever coming out, probably because of all the sparkly bullshit that happens in that moment. Although I've probably reached that point in a fight like this where anything I might say that even remotely sounds like an excuse will be interpreted as an excuse rather than analysis, so I shall just beat him on this try so we can move on. How about that? I'm shocked I didn't get that last limb break. Like I thought I had that limb a lot, but like that exact attack, I always think I fucking rolled that and it never happens. I don't know what's going on with that one. And I'm stuck on his fucking body, thank you. Yeah, just do it again, it works so well, can't blame you. You gonna do anything else ever again, I wonder? I missed one of those swings, I was very scared. Mashing roll while trying to get up there, my character did that slow stand-up animation, and I got fucking comboed to death. Why? I was on the ground for 18 minutes and I pressed roll, and my character does the slow stand-up, never ever actually fucking rolling. Oh, that's so lame. He was one shot away from death. Like, I wasn't even trying to be greedy or anything, I just literally didn't let me do the thing that I was pressing. Oh well. Guess we'll do it again. Fucking fire paper is not free. Stupid boss. I completely had it to until that last bullshit sequence. Like, I was so successfully avoiding just about everything except for that one attack. Oh well. Maybe this started a little bit of mix of bullshit in there. That, come on. My flawless fight ruined by the little fucking roll not coming out, god damn. That was literally flawless until then, you stupid game. Had to happen to that one attack as well. Oh. GG's, I guess. Alright, so we got the Spark Hunter badge, let's have a look at this. I don't think there's much that allows you to buy. Badge crafted in secret by Archibald, the infamous eccentric of the healing charge for his friends. Archibald was fascinated by the blue sparks that emanate from the hides of the dark beasts, and dedicated his life to its artificial reproduction, in a style of inquiry that, incidentally, closely followed the methodology of Bergenworth. Yeah, there you go. I think he's one of those guys that's very rarely mentioned in the game, and we don't really learn much about him, but I guess he made this badge, and I guess he likes sparks. He made the Tonitrus, which oh, actually, we didn't read the description of the Tonitrus, did we? Unique trick weapon contrived by Archibald, the infamous eccentric of the Healing Charge Workshop. Striking this peculiar Iron Morningstar flail like a match generates the same blue sparks that blanket a dark beast. Unfortunately, for reasons untold, the hunters of Archibald's time did not fully take to this device. Poor guy creates something so awesome and people are like, no. Okay, so if you remember, this passage leads back to Old Yharnam, and there was this minigun mate upstairs who was like, mates, you can't, please don't kill these, they're absolutely fine. Nice. I hadn't actually noticed that particular bit of writing, but it makes sense. Like, it makes sense that it's a meme for you guys. Oh wait, there's a set of stairs here I can just use. Uh-oh, this might be problems. Since I messed up. Okay, cool. But yeah, not much is known about that guy, I don't think. And his sparks. Anyway, we're going all the way up to the mate now that was manning the minigun, because since we came from the other entrance this time, and we're not killing anything, and we're not killing his mates or whatever, he is not aware of us, and we can just have a chat with him. Which is something I think many people don't even know about. So we of course have to show it off. So when we were last here, I said, alright, we'll go to the right into the church, and we started our descent towards the Bloodstarved Beast. Instead, we're actually taking the ladder up to... what's his face? Nope, he does not.
Well, well. How did you get in here? It's no matter. What brings you to Old Yarnum? I've no interest in matters further up, but you must not disturb this place. The beasts do not venture above, and mean no harm to anyone. If you still insist on hunting them, then I will hunt you first. You understand me?
No, we spare the beasts of Old Yarnum. These guys have probably been through a lot.
Yes, very good. I no longer dream, but I was once a hunter too. There's nothing more horrific than a hunt. In case you fail to realize, the things you hunt, they're not beasts. They're people. One day you will see.
They look like monsters to you?
It's time you got going. But first, a farewell gift. I have no use for it anyway.
Get the Powder Keg Hunter badge. We say, okay, we get Brush Off the Dust, which is a neat little gesture.
What is it? Surely I need not repeat myself. Go, I say. You have the whole night to dream. Make the best of it. What is it? Go. You have the...
I thought he also had a line referencing the doll. Maybe I'm being dumb. Like saying hi to the doll or Garmin or whatever. Maybe I was just being dumb. Anyway, yep, the stake driver that is on his arm is his specialty, and it is certainly a weapon. A very memey weapon as well. Many one-shots were had with that thing. So I think I remember where the spear is, and I just must have missed it when I was first exploring here. I hope he doesn't get aggro when we go through here really quick. I promise I'm not killing anything. Don't worry, mate, we good. I'll just run through. Don't mean to offend. Just passing through, mates. I think it's in one of these, like on the stairwell on the right side, like in a little nook that is easy to miss. Might have even just passed it. There he is. Yep. He is, yes. Rifle Spear. That was called Soul Spear. No, that's the thing we already have. I'm a fucking moron. Anyway, that is that. So, we GTFO. Yeah, I think so as well, but I wasn't 100% certain on it, so usually I clear this Old Yarnum bit entirely when I first come through here and try not to forget an object like this. And then when I return to talk to him, I only have to, well, go exactly to where he is and then fuck off again without upsetting anyone. So, this was just an unusual situation because I already forgot what it's called. That didn't last long. Gun spear? Rifle Spear, there we go. A trick weapon crafted by the workshop heretics, the Powder Kegs, a prototype weapon serving as a simple firearm and spear, possibly created in imitation of a lost Canehurst weapon. Lacks any notable functions, saving that it's the only trick weapon with an attached gun. I guess the other isn't technically a trick weapon, but alas. We also get the Powder Keg badge from him, which usually you pick up off his corpse, but we didn't need to do that because we talked to him. Badge crafted, this is also one of the favorite quotes of this man in the chat coming up. Badge crafted by the Powder Kegs, the heretics of the workshop. The Powder Kegs' adoration of complex design and big booms culminated in weapon designs that contrast with those traditionally of the workshop. Late Powder Kegs, bless their souls, had a motto: if a weapon ain't got kick, it just ain't worth it. So with that, we can buy some new stuff. We can buy the Rifle Spear in case we forgot to pick it up for some reason. Not that we did. And we can buy the other weapon that the mate had. We also get access to rope Molotov cocktails, which is basically like normal Molotov cocktails, except you drop it behind you as you walk away from something. That can be quite useful. I guess the main use for that is PvP, I suppose, because people might be chasing you as you're low HP or whatever, but I guess it's just a little fun variation on that. We get Bolt Paper from defeating or getting the Archibald badge that we were just talking about earlier. And we have, most importantly, the Stake Driver. This is the weapon that Jura was using, the man up on the tower. A trick weapon fashioned by the workshop heretics, the powder kegs, favored by the retired hunter Jura. The Stake Driver, with its queerly complex design, violently drives thick stakes into the flesh of foes. The Stake Driver allows for high damage critical attacks, but it's difficult to use and leaves its wielder wide open, but none of this should bother a mere powder keg. Basically, it's like a fist weapon that has a little thing where in its transformed state, you if you then fully charge up, I can just buy it, can't I? 8,000 blood echoes is not exactly cheap, but fuck it, I want to show this off because it's fun. I can't use it, I need more strength. Doll, my doll, save me.
Welcome. What?
Hi.
Very well.
Yeah, we'll just go to 20, nice clean number.
Over time, the great all see. Farewell, may you...
Yup, I find my worth in the wanking world. Stake Driver. Wrong button. This one. So yeah, basically like a fist weapon, you just do this, and this, and this, and that, and the heavy attack would be a thrust, like so. Or, I guess a slam if fully charged. I guess it's always kind of like that. Anyway, then we have transformation attack, which looks like that, and now the stake is quote-unquote prepared, and we have a sort of straight-up punching in a straight line sort of moveset, very linear. But the upside is that if we do a heavy attack like this, it like extends, it discharges basically, and does a bunch of extra damage. And if we do that fully charged, it takes forever and a half. But that thing does a ton of damage. It also eats literally all of your stamina. Like if you watch my stamina bar in the top left, gone completely for the foreseeable future. What is stamina? I don't know. I'm a powder keg. Fuck it. Just get rid of that shit. So yeah, it's pretty fancy. I tried using it for a playthrough, but kind of got bored of it halfway through, so I can't really claim that I've ever like given that weapon that far of a shake, but alas. Maybe just not meant for me. Let's put the torch back on because I accidentally unequipped it earlier. I shall hydrate as well. Fuck, this is empty. Good thing I have emergency water. Alright, let's do a little bit more. I kind of want to stop sometime soon, but I think I've got a little bit more in me. And I shall take advantage of that while I... Well, I guess can is not the right word, but... Well, I feel like it. Alright, so we can now buy the Bolt Paper and Fire Paper here as well for Insight, which is alright. And we can buy outfits. Basically any dead NPCs or bosses or whatever we kill, their outfits end up here. So we can buy Gascoigne's outfit, we had access to that earlier as well. And since we killed Henrik during Eileen's questline, he also shows up right here now. Hunter's attire worn by Henrik, the Old Hunter. The taciturn Old Hunter Henrik, or taciturn, I don't know how to pronounce that, was once partners with Father Gascoigne, and though they were a fierce and gallant duo, their partnership led to Henrik's tragically long life. This has always been a very interesting line. Why is this life so tragically long? I have no idea. Henrik's unique yellow garb is resistant to bolt, and will be of great help to any hunter who has inherited the onus of the hunt. Taciturn, I see. Cool. Type them. And then Gascoigne's garb we haven't read yet. Similar to hunter garb created at the workshop, only these are tainted by a pungent beastly stench that eats away at Gascoigne. Father is a title used for clerics in a foreign land, and there is no such rank in the healing church. And then similarly here, the dingy staff is a holy shawl and symbol of the healing church, from which Gascoigne would eventually part ways. Father is a title... Oh yeah, whoops, already had that. And then we have the gloves. And this is also default. Alright, cool. Lore done. Let's check if Mate is back here, having his nap. Little nap in the garden. Nope, not today. Wasn't there a thing? Oh, it's a message by player, never mind. But yeah, we can fuck around with the stump messengers and show off some of the items we got. So we got the messenger top hat, which is basically like the one currently in use, except slightly different. Like it's not as like filthy and well worn. Then we have the black messenger head, which is basically like church garb. Looks a bit weird on these guys in my opinion. Then we have the bloody bandage, sadly, which looks like so. Kind of look like a sort of babushka scarf. with the red thing around the head. Red messenger ribbon. This is also a bit of the same look. And then we have the Urn Festival, which is probably the best one, I think, from the ones we have so far, because it's just them wearing a bunch of urns as their heads. Heads. Basically replacing the head, isn't it? So let's go with these for a while. I like how these look. Anyway, anything else we need to sort out while we're here? I don't really feel like committing to the Hunter Axe for very long, so I don't want to upgrade it. But I don't think we have any other weapon that I'm like, yeah, let's play this one. At least not yet. I said earlier that in the DLC there is one not too far away where I might want to, that I want to partake in. But I don't think we'll get there anytime soon. I don't remember when you actually gain access to the DLC. It'll probably come up naturally though, at some point. Like I remember where, but I don't remember when you get the item you need to access it. Although I think I have an idea. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. The Strongman's variant of Arcane. Which one, sorry? Oh, no, actually, not at all. It is a very different one that I'm thinking of. It's actually like one of my favorite weapons that I'm thinking of, not the Strongman's thingy, but the one that I'm planning to use. Haven't used it in a while, so I'm looking forward to getting that in there. But until then I should probably pick a weapon and upgrade it anyway, because that's still a little bit away, and having a +6 weapon would be quite nice. Like, we were already struggling a little bit with damage on Paarl, so may as well upgrade something. It was indeed in DLC land. Pizza cutter, boom hammer, the weird sword thing, and the big version of the cane, as you put it, and the weird spear bloodletty thing, and Simon's bow, I think, are the weapons that exist in the DLC. I might miss one or two, although I don't think so. Wasn't there? I might be thinking of Neo. Yeah, I think that was it. Yep, there exists a pizza cutter in this game, and I will show it off, I promise. If we get there. Or when we get there, let's be optimistic about it. Let's not give up just yet. Let's quickly check the shop and see if there's anything that interests me. I should probably pick a base game weapon and a DLC weapon as my two main weapons for the playthrough. And we have access to the majority of the base game weapons. Not strictly the majority, but, you know, a good number of the base game weapons. So I should probably pick one and stick with it for now. We could do the old cleaver just as a fast option. Do I just go saw cleaver? Isn't that too vanilla, maybe? I don't know. We'll go saw cleaver and then we'll eventually switch over to the DLC weapon of my choosing. I don't know why I'm making a big deal out of that, like, ooh, you get to guess which DLC weapon that might be, ooh, how fancy, what will I ever choose, but it's not a big deal. I can handle it. Fortify weapon, saw cleaver. Yep, barely enough to get it to +6. Nice. Blood gem fortification as well. Let's unequip these gems, which we have in here. And instead max out this one. So the biggest one we have is a tiny bit of strength scaling that does nothing. This one gives 7.3, or with a full HP it gives a total of 10%, which is probably the best we have. And this one would be... oh, need to go to this slot. 1 damage from the scaling, tiny extra bit of fist damage, even tinier. Fist damage and 1 HP every 3 seconds. These are all abysmally bad, I guess we'll take that. And now we can, if we want to, at any time, equip the Fire Bloodstone gem, like so. And now the Saw Cleaver, that I haven't actually equipped yet. Let's put it right here. Now this will deal fire damage. Can I demonstrate this? I cannot. But yeah, as long as the bolt thingy, the fire thingy rather, is equipped, it will deal fire damage and scale with Arcane, as you can see in the stats down there. And if I got rid of it, ta-da, it's gone. So now we function. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. You could be choosing the scythe or something cool and just do a playthrough with that, smiley face. But, I'm kidding. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. People just pick one or two things they enjoy and mostly stick with them. Is there anything I need to equip? I'd like to have some more Molotov cocktails, actually. Let's go buy some. I think they're very handy to have in case you're fighting like dogs and shit. So let's just buy 12 of these. Put them on the bar. It's also a good idea to always spend all your money before you're leaving the Hunter stream. So anyway, here's the Saw Cleaver. It's the basic bitch weapon of Bloodborne, like the one that's basically on the box. It has this very normal looking moveset. It is, however, a serrated weapon, which has its benefits. This is the charged heavy attack, this is regular heavy attack. It transforms into a slightly longer weapon, like so, and then it does this sort of moveset, which very much resembles the two-handed longsword from Dark Souls, in my opinion. And then we have these side swipes and heavy attack, and that's just about it. The transformation attacks are a bit special, not because they look particularly cool. Like, this looks fairly normal for a transformation attack. They are, however, pretty strong, and they build a lot of beast blood if you're in the berserk mode sort of thing, so that's quite alright. Yeah, I mean, when you first find that thing, you gotta try out the boom hammer. I haven't played Graveyard Keeper. I've always like oogled it and was like, eh, and then some of the comments I read on it were like, yeah, it's very grindy, it's kind of not that great. Like, torn between, like, it's in part it's really good, but it also kind of drags out and doesn't feel that great to play, is what I heard. So I've never committed to actually playing it myself. But yeah, the little messengers are adorable. I really like them. Alright, so that's our new weapon for now. You can see that it's much faster than what we were using before, and as it is, the serrated weapon part that I was alluding to, like you can see that it's like this bladed saw thing, there's a reason hunter weapons are made this way, because this shit works extra well on beasts, so things like the cleric beast that we thought at the start of the game, or the third phase of Gascoigne, if memory serves, like those take actually, I think, 20% or so extra damage from serrated weapons. There are other games, yes, brain, you read the chat while trying to talk, it's always a bad idea. There are other enemy types that deal better with other, like, weapon types. There's, for example, a weapon type that does particularly well against Eldritch bullshit that we might be coming up against soon. And we are kind of already on our way out of the default beast fighting stuff in the game, but it's not really that big a deal. It's a small, minor little addition on top of the normal damage of a weapon, so you shouldn't really pick your weapon according to your enemy, but if you have the opportunity to take advantage of something like that, you might as well. Yeah, not much more to say about good old Saw Cleaver. I just like it. It's very, very primitive, very simple, but gets the job done really well and feels fun to use for me. Anyway, off we go. We have, once again, two options of things I might want to do before we continue, and I think we'll go to Henrik Charnel Lane and try to get this done. Doing this entire area might be a little bit more than I want to in terms of one stream, but let's see how well we progress through it. Would be nice. Alright, cool. I'll probably tune in and give that a look as well. I have a mate that played it a bunch, but they were like lukewarm on it ultimately, so that would kind of put me off. But I never saw much of the gameplay itself, so that always is a much better thing than just taking other people's words for it. Since everybody has like their different appreciations and tastes. Alright, so Henrik Charnel Lane. This place is interesting because there are two kinds of people when it comes to this place. They either do this before the next boss, or they do this after the next boss. And by next boss I mean like the plot progression boss. And funnily enough, the next boss is really important when it comes to the progress of the game, and it changes the time of day again, like we have already experienced once with Gascoigne, and it progresses all of the quest lines and shit like that, so if you come here after the next boss, it will be basically nighttime and the moon will be out. Whereas if you come here early, like right now, it's still in the afternoon settings. And both of these create very interesting but very different vistas sort of later on in the area here, which is quite nice. We'll probably have to go here later anyway and do a little, at least a partial second explore of the place, but for now we can just ignore the afternoon sort of time of day. Found a bloodshot eyeball on the seer corpse. Oh, you actually broke that. How dare you? Yeah, so like I alluded to, the transformation attack here is pretty fucking good. It does, I think, extra stagger, extra damage, and extra rally, and all that sort of good stuff. It just, for some reason, particularly buff compared to a lot of other transformation attacks. It also is pretty quick. It has low wind-up time, like it comes out very quickly. It's just overall a very solid attack. Extra range and shit. And we have some dialogue.
Do you hear the graveyard murmurs? Then it's almost time. Oh, I can't wait. I just can't wait. Do you hear the graveyard? I just
Fuck, accidental gesture. Why, PlayStation? Why? Who thought this was a good idea? Anyway, so another thing about the different time of day is that as the night progresses, people get more and more insane. So if you go through an area later in the story, you will have different dialogue than if you go through it earlier. And in general, the later you go through, the less actual dialogue you get, and the more just random grunting and howling you get. So going here first leads to that, for example, dialogue, which might be not something that everybody's listened to. Just take a step forward, a special item awaits. No thank you, patches, I will not. This is a shortcut lever for later. Up there's a elevator thing, and it will come down, and it will create a shortcut, as it does in the old Souls games. Oh yeah, I think I want to be on 20 inside in this area for no reason whatsoever, so let's quickly go and have some Madman's knowledge. This is a bad idea, by the way, so this will probably bite me in the ass, but I think 20 is the number that is relevant here. Alright, let's move on. Dogs, no! Actually, one thing I haven't done this playthrough, I think guns are actually pretty decent against the dogs as well, because it makes them tumble over and backwards, and you can get control of the situation back. Also, goddamn, I forgot how fast the sword cleaver is. It is so nice. I can just do things and then dodge away and be fine, or commit to a fight, quickly kill someone and then still function with the next guy. I completely agree. Nothing bad could possibly happen for having more insight into the Eldritch bullshit that's going on. No horrific things were ever seen before. Well, this isn't the only place where insight is bad, so I'm sure we'll have some lovely encounters with that. But please in time. Nope. I don't know why I was so super greedy there, it was a bit dumb. Nice shot, Hunter. That point-blank miss is the sort of thing I would do when playing on Showdown. I guess my character is role-playing as me. Shining coins, stingy bastard. It's funny I say that when he gives me coins, but I need blood vials, not fucking coins. Yeah, I sadly have this thing where I don't ever forget enough about these games, because when I first play them, I usually play them so much that it's almost impossible to completely forget. So like even, there was a very long stretch where I hadn't played, for example, Dark Souls 2 in a very long time, but once I started playing it again, the memories came back so thoroughly that I effectively wasn't blind despite a long-ass hiatus. Like I didn't manage to forget just about anything. Like, sure, some details, especially like mechanically, like, hey, this weapon is good for that or whatever, like some very minor things about how the game works exactly, but like overall going through the areas and the surprises and ambushes and shit like that, that just sort of sticks in my brain for the rest of my life, I reckon. I also come back and replay these games every now and then, which doesn't really help with the forgetting part. I like Ruin Sentinels. But I'm also okay at that fight, so that probably helps. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean with the whole, I just play it so much that it doesn't leave my brain again. Oh, there's a peaceful crow here, actually. I hope I didn't just kill that one. What, like, one of these crows is not actually hostile. I think it's this one. It's another one of these Bloodborne oddities. Let's quickly send... oh no, not from this side. Well, you're clearly not peaceful. Yeah, I agree, they're really cool. Usually get a very bad rep in games, but this one here is completely chill. Like, he is non-hostile. His mate is, obviously, like, fuck you, mate. Talking to your friend who's completely chill and will thus survive. You could be this chill too, like, take this guy as an example. He's a fine man. You're in the know, right? Yes, I am. I'm showing this off on stream right the fuck now. So yeah, this guy, for some reason, not scripted to attack. Probably another design oversight or development oversight. Who knows? Nobody knows for sure. And here's the elevator to the starting bit. I hope we don't have to use that, but we might end up having to. Because things are about to happen which are not fun. There's also some pretty nasty... goodness gracious. Some pretty nasty ambushes here in general. Bone Marrow Ash. This bridge is a pretty good place to die, so we'll just sit here and let this guy come to us instead. Oi, come here. No. Bit late, still got it. All according to plan. Author's note, plan means Keikaku. That was pretty bad. Wow, I do a lot of damage, I should have just committed. Oops, oh well. My brain tells me this place is shit, so we're probably not gonna have a fun time here. I already see a guy, and there's usually someone tossing molotovs up there, aren't there? Huh. Oh well, guess I'm wrong. Did you fall down and that's why there's a guy down there? Definitely decided to toss molotovs. Man, these ladies go apeshit when they attack. Like, keep stabbing, don't stop until dead. Which, you know, sounds reasonable for the most part. Like, if you're gonna fight something that's about to kill you, may as well go full out. No point holding back. I could have sworn this is where a thing happens, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm a bit concerned. Was I wrong? Do I need more? Fandango, you know things, help me. You know what I'm talking about, so you probably also can help me figure out why the fuck it's not doing it. Is it more than 20? I mean, we may as well just pop another one and see what happens. Fuck you, pay attention. No, I'm kidding, of course. Maybe it's 21. Do I have to reset the area? I could have sworn this exact location, my brain tells me, is one of them. guess I'm a fucking idiot. Oh well. Oh. Well, I mean, like I said earlier, we're probably gonna have a second, at least partial, exploration of this area, so... in that case, we'll probably get to see the things that I am expecting to see. Oh, I see. Are you thinking of the boss specifically? Because if memory serves, it's not just the boss. There was the fucking phrase again. Keep doing it. Cannot be stopped. This is a very fine vista in this kind of time of day. And if you come back later, once time has progressed, it is also a very fine vista at night. Which is nice. I like this place. Over there, that's Canehurst Castle. We will be going there at some point, but a lot later. That is for the future. Up there is where we are currently going. That phantom startled me a little bit. I thought someone was about to push me off the edge. Speaking of push me off the edge, this is one of these nasty old ambushes. I agree. God damn it. Don't you die me. Done nothing wrong. Maybe I murdered all your friends, but that's self-defense, I promise. You're clearly all going a bit insane, and I'm the only reasonable one here. Yeah, I might have to reload the area, but like I said, it's not a big deal. You just went through your mate, that's some phasing technology. Don't do that. That was a good attempt. Stagger into follow-up by your mate. Speaking of great visuals, isn't this a lovely place? Like, look at all these hanging bodies, all these corpses, all these gravestones literally everywhere. Very likely dead people being harvested for their organs, especially their eyeballs for some reason. Yeah, such is violence. If only they were like the chill crow, who's just like, nah, and I was like, yeah, crow, I agree. And we just had a good time together, and then we moved on. That's another interesting bit of headcanon, just the fucking murder master hunter goes through town, kills absolutely everything. The only survivor is a single crow because it was too dense to attack the hunter. Like, yep, I am the one guy that's not out for blood, and thus I'm the only guy that survives. This is another very fine room. So there's an area in Dark Souls 3 early on that very, very much reminds me of Henry? I already forgot the name, fuck. It's one of those weird words that I can't remember anyway, of this place, and it's mostly because of all the hanging bodies and the gravestones and the dead people and the likely organ harvesting. But I think they almost directly copied the style of area for the bit in Dark Souls 3, which is fair because a lot of Dark Souls 3 players have never played Bloodborne because it's PS4 exclusive, so it makes sense. It's also a cool style, like it is definitely a place to be. It would be kind of interesting to just see how fucked up the places would be anyway, because I mean, this town is, or like, the town and the surrounding environments, these are all pretty shit, like, they've been doing bad shit for a while. It's not just the Night of the Hunt where things go tits up. But yeah, just seeing the contrast will be fun, even if there's not that much going on. Look at that DPS, it's so nice. True, just like the upcoming, the days leading up to this, basically apocalypse. And here we get to open another gate, which is another shortcut. Once again, we hopefully won't be using that one, because it still means we are going through a large part of the area again, and I hope to do this in one shot, ideally. We're pretty close to finishing it, so unless something goes horribly wrong, we should be fine. I have now summoned, or jinxed it rather. You just iframes through my attack, excuse you, dog? Fucking Dr. Neil. There's Satan. All of the Satan. Ow. I heard something about that, about the always pre or post-apocalypse thing, but for like games and shit, or writing in general, but especially for games to show that sort of thing off, writing something during the actual apocalypse would probably be really, really hard and a lot more effort than just doing it before or after. Like, there's a lot of shit that would go on during an apocalypse, and a lot of, like, factions of people moving around, doing things, panicking, behaving in various ways, and trying to sort shit, and all of that is a lot to, like, show in a video game, for example. Whereas post-apocalypse, you can see, look, most things are deserted and broken, there's not much going on. Pre-apocalypse, you have, like, modern day to style it after or whatever, and just be mostly fine with that. But like actual apocalypse would be a very, very large amount of effort and chaos. This at least one guy's take that I heard on YouTube that I agreed with. Like for the most part, it's like also like trying to predict what actually would happen during one of the various forms of apocalypse is quite difficult. Like you'd have to try to paint a very holistic picture of all the different like institutions and people and what they would be trying to do and how they would try to combat it and manage it and sort themselves and blah. And it's like a whole thing basically. Tie them. Dogs and iframes, what's the meaning? What the dog doing? Yeah, but even there, it's often right after the apocalypse or slightly before the apocalypse. Yeah, but Cloverfield is less about the like apocalypse that's going on and more about this one perspective that you're following, right? Like it's not that much about, hey, look, here's how the world reacted to everything going tits up all at once, sort of thing. Yeah, the film itself was, I don't know, not very memorable to me. It's mostly about the camera thing they did. Just like the Blair Witch thing, I think. So not even that original. I don't remember much about the actual story and characters, to be fair, so maybe I was just talking that shit. Fair enough. I guess it panders to the to these like, let's say, prepper fantasies of people that are actually on some level at least trying to prepare for a apocalypse, especially a zombie apocalypse. Like some people actually think like, oh, hey, what would I do during the apocalypse? And like, oh, let's prepare a place to hide and buy supplies and whatever the fuck, and that sort of shit. So like maybe it's just the common enough of a fantasy that people actually go for it. That I have not seen or even heard of. Pretty cool looking place. Shame we only get to see a tiny part of it. One thing that's always odd about streaming a game like this is that the atmosphere is at least in part, automatically lost by it being on stream. Like, even if I sometimes take my moments, like, just sit here and look at the environment for a second, or talk about the game, or be like, hey, look, this is kind of gruesome, lol, and then we move on and discuss whatever the fuck. So, like, inherently, when watching something like this being played in this manner, you're not gonna get, like, a sort of proper experience. Like, this is a fucking horrible place, and if you're here for the first time, you'd probably take a little bit more time looking around and appreciating just how fucking miserable it would be to be here. But all I can do, really, as having someone that has played this for a lot of hours, is like give it a little nod and be like, hey, look, this is pretty fucked up, and then move on with my day, and just not really... Like, what I'm saying is I can't really convey the sort of atmosphere or experience that it might be to play this for the first time, because I can be very aloof about everything. It's just not longer affecting me, really. But this game can be pretty depressing and pretty rough in various places if you're letting it, like, simmer in your head and when you're first experiencing it. It's very interesting, very powerful sometimes. Look at you with your silly numbers. I don't know, I think found footage is conceptually one of the better ways of doing like a disaster sort of movie, I think. Because one of the issues with disaster movies is that, similar to how we were just talking about the apocalypse in general, it's always really hard for these movies to just like show the sort of devastation that's going on, because they focus, or maybe even have to, I guess, focus on like one group's experience. Like, you're always following a sort of protagonist, maybe their family or whatever, and as a result, you may be like cheering for them or fearing for them or whatever the fuck and be emotionally connected with them, but you also at the same time just lose any and all care for everything else that's going on in the world. Like, all these nameless, countless people that would die in a disaster movie kind of just go unmentioned and don't really, like, don't get cared for very much because they're not our protagonists, so we don't really care. Whereas with found footage, it just focuses on that even more directly. Like, it just says, hey, we are explicitly only following this individual camera, maybe this individual person or this group of people or whatever, and like it makes it so you're at the very least more in their shoes and not just kind of brushing aside the fact that while we care about this guy's dog dying, we don't care about the millions of people that are dying off screen or something. So like, I think just conceptually found footage makes sort of sense for that genre. Anyway, I don't know, I really am not much enough of a like movie or story nerd to talk about that sort of shit, I think. Like, I just don't watch enough stuff and don't have enough experience. Like, I haven't, for example, even watched Paranormal Activity, even though it was a very popular thing for a while. Yeah, that's fair. It's important that you build that sort of connection. I guess it's sort of always a gamble inherently when you're making a movie like that. If you can't connect to your main characters, then you will automatically lose your found footage sort of viewer. Like, they'll automatically just be like, nope, fuck, boring movie, I don't give a fuck about these people. So like, you're gambling on them connecting to your mates. Anyway, boss fight, and we're doing this with Insight, so this is gonna be possibly difficult, we'll see. If you wanna make this fight easy for you, then I would recommend spending all of your Insight, because if you're doing this on 0 Insight, this boss fight is completely free. And now I'll try to actually focus on this and play this for a bit. So we are fighting the Witch of Hemwick, and as you might be able to tell from the health bar that isn't actually going down, that was not the Witch of Hemwick. So there's something amiss in this boss room. Let's have a look around. There's something glowing red. I think another one spawned behind us. Aha! Here be the Witch of Hemwick, it seems. But let's quickly go take care of this thing before we get overwhelmed. I think these keep spawning up to 3, I want to say, at a time. So if we keep their numbers down, we should be fine, and if we let it go out of control, then we'll probably die. Thought I saw you here while we were running past. Yep, here you are. That does sound like a pretty awkward moment. Oh, 2 of them spawned. This is dangerous. Let's take care of them. Let's ignore the witch for a second. Ow. You horror snobs, with your tastes and opinions, how dare you? It's not taking damage, that's weird. I wonder what's going on there. And just go for this immediately. Oh, I missed. That's unfortunate. How do you feel about fire? Medium. I honestly feel the same way about fire. It's like, yeah, fire is a thing. How do you feel? Medium. Fire's okay. Go. Backstop. It's easier. There you are. So before we kill quote-unquote the Witch of Hamwick, let's also hit the other Witch of Hamwick quite a bunch, just to not get screwed over here. Because this boss fight is a trick fight. There is not one, but there are 2, and they are invisible. If you kill one, then the fight does not end, instead it will actually respawn after a little while. So you gotta make sure to kill both of them somewhat simultaneously. Not truly simultaneously, but ideally somewhat close to each other. And you also gotta make sure not to get overwhelmed with the summons. So I think at this point we just try to hard commit and end the fight. There you go. Keep slapping you if you want, I don't think you matter. Well, that was that. So the thing is, if you have... I was gonna say it was 20, but maybe I just had to reload the area. If you have 20 or more insight as you go through this Hamwick Charnel lane, you also encounter these random witch monsters that we just fought a bunch. Over the course of the area, like they will appear and fight you if you are insane enough, basically, or have enough insight, I should say, to quote-unquote see them. And vice versa, if you come into this boss fight at 0 insight, then the ads will not spawn. You're not insane enough for them to appear, and you only can just wail away at the witches themselves. They still have that. They have a cheeky little I stun you and then I grab you sort of move that does a lot of damage, so you can still die every now and then, but overall the fight is super easy if you come here with 0 insight, because the ads just don't appear and life is good. Anyway, in the last little nook and cranny down here, we have some poor guy tied to a chair, probably horribly tortured. But he's got the Rune Workshop tool. Let's have a look at that. Runesmith Carol, student of Bergenworth, transcribed the inhuman utterings of the Great Ones into what are now called Carol Runes. The hunter who receives this workshop tool can etch Carol Runes into the mind to attain their wondrous strength. Provost Willem would have been proud of Carol's runes, as they do not rely upon blood in any measure. So you get information about Provost Willem for the first time. Apparently he is not a fan of the blood. And this tool basically allows us to equip runes. We have been finding some of those before, and now we can go to the Hunter's Dream and actually equip them. Yeah, true, but it helps if you are not distracted by horrific monsters appearing out of nowhere all the fucking time and trying to murder you while you have your eyeballs spooned out. Like, it helps if you can focus on avoiding the eyeball spooning instead of avoiding the horrific monsters in addition to the eyeball spooning. I was joking about the horror snob thing. I was just poking fun. Don't worry. I will not judge whether someone likes or not likes paranormal activity. I don't know, sometimes going onto Twitter is similar, so I guess I do that occasionally, having my eyeballs spooned out, but for the most part, it's not a big deal. Not something I peruse. Okay, so these runes effectively, we can do this now on this altar, runes effectively function like ring slots, if you will, comparing it to Dark Souls and the likes. So like we can have 3 of these, and we, like whichever we choose, just remains active until we change it. So one thing I always put on and never take off is the Moon Rune, which is the one that gives us more blood echoes in general. It didn't appear in that slot up there, I thought they were supposed to. Oops, oh well. And then we do... oh yeah, we found the Lake Rune, I haven't read that yet. A carol rune that transcribes inhuman sounds. This transcription of the Great One's inhuman voices ripples like a watery reflection. This rune means lake, and those who memorize it enjoy reduced physical damage. Great volumes of water serve as a bulwark guarding sleep and an augur of the eldritch truth. Overcome this hindrance and seek what is yours. So, big bodies of water are relevant, and apparently related to sleep, probably dreams and nightmares and all that good shit that we've been hearing about. So, that is interesting. We also found that, I'm not sure if you remembered, there was this broken bit of a bridge that was reaching out into the ocean, and that's where we found the rune. Very interesting. I guess we'll also equip this one for some extra blood echoes from visceral attack kills, and then we'll do... I don't know, I guess +1 blood vial, because we have nothing else to do. And these are now just passively active while we... Passively active, yes, that's how that works. Well, we have them equipped. No need to worry or think about them very much. Let's have one last quick look whether good old Garmin is hanging out here. He is not. Radio station horror? Huh, interesting. Makes me think of 2 things. Kind of Alan Wake a little bit, although Alan Wake generally goes into a different direction, but something about it just resonated there. But more importantly, also Firewatch, even though that's not a horror game. Like the idea of just being connected via radio and not really being able to tell what was going on and shit like that. Once again, not a horror game at all, so probably not really that related to what you were talking about, but those immediately sprang to mind. Anyway, I think we're gonna call it a stream here. We did the entirety of the Cathedral Ward, we did Henrik Chonalane, we did Yahar Ghul, including all the relevant bosses. So next time I think we can... oh, wait, actually we have some more dialogue that we haven't checked yet. We saved the nun, so let's go to the Cathedral Ward and have a chat. But yeah, next time we'll finally kill the boss that I've been saving up, and then we get to progress the story. We'll have some very unfun times coming up, but such is life in Bloodborne. I have not heard of Pontypool at all, to probably absolutely nobody's surprise. Right, so, new character in our little chapel right here. And she's sitting over here. Hello.
Oh, brave hunter. You're alive.
Kind of.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I died like 8 times. Get the church bow female.
The town is in disarray, but there are still people here. Together we await the help of the healing church. I cannot begin to express my gratitude to you. The only thing that I can offer is my own lowly blood, if it would suffice.
No, not now.
Forgive me, I should have known better. What would a brave hunter do with lowly blood like mine? Please, forget I even asked.
Honestly, from what I remember, her blood is actually pretty good. I think it gives a little regeneration effect after you use it. There's like 3 special healing items, if you will. One was the Yosefka's vial, which we still have on us actually, which is basically like a bigger blood vial, if you will. And then we have Ariana's blood over here, which gives you a stamina recovery buff. And then we have the nun's blood, which, like I said, if I remember correctly, gives you a little health regeneration buff, which is nice. So those are your 3 options. Now, there's something interesting about this lady, and that is that she does not like Ariana. So if we talk to Ariana...
Oh, hello.
Look at the nun in the background there, like, leaning forward and oogling over.
Quite a big family now, aren't we? Though,
seem to be the black sheep. Back for my blood, I presume? Oh,
no, no.
That's a pity. Anytime you're ready.
And she turns back to normal, like, oops, not at all oogling, not eavesdropping on what you were doing at all, it's all fine, don't worry about it. So yeah, she's actually, I guess a bit shit. I don't know. She seems jealous of the attention that Ariana might get, and if we take blood from her very often, then I think she will kill her. I'm not entirely sure. Like, if we, I think, take blood 3 times without taking blood from the nun, then she will eventually kill her or something. At least that's what I remember. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Nothing new from you. Probably nothing new from you either.
I'll spare you one nugget of advice. Beware the Lady of the Night.
Oh, never mind.
I can see it in her eyes. She deeply resents the young saint. She hears people whisper. She knows what people think of her. Yes. She despises the saint for having what she doesn't. Bloody wench, they should have moved her on ages ago. I've noted what, just can't...
Interesting, he phrases it the opposite way. Like, I see it as, like, this very lovely quote-unquote lady is, well, quote-unquote lovely, I'm sure she's a lady, but, like, this quote-unquote very lovely lady is, in fact, the nasty one, which, you know, would fit with the whole general approach to this. Anyway, let's have a final chat with you, who should now be very happy that we've accumulated all of the survivors.
Oh, the hunter. Alive and well at that.
Yeah, basically.
Another one you sent made it here safe and sound. This place is a haven now for so many. Thanks to you. I'm overjoyed, really, that you'd even give me the time of day. I don't suppose there's anybody out there worth saving anymore, but you did all you could. And so many owe you so much. Amazing, really. Not because you're a hunter, but because you're you. Makes me think. Once dawn breaks, maybe I can just, you know, start over. Makes it easier to bear all of this, you see. You've made life easier. Thank you.
NP.
If you please, kind hunter, when the night of the hunt passes, suppose we could be friends? Maybe? Now, I know I hardly deserve it, but, well, I had to just ask, you know. Out of line. Yes, perhaps so. But, well, give it a thought. If you wouldn't mind, of course.
I have a feeling that once this night is over, there won't be much left of us to be friends with, but sure. NP made. And with that, I think we'll call it a stream for today. Thank you very much for watching, I hope you had a fun time. And next time we'll go to the Forbidden Woods, and onwards, with just all kinds of shit. So, yay! Hooray! Looking forward to the woods. Lovely place. Snakes, traps, monsters, what's not to like? Anyway, I am out, Gian.